gazitas Kahawanaji on that's going to start Ronata Roni. They think what I do, Garunga Gari, I guess. Yet the sota as a tanka garako dano yet in the stars in Hunzagi, the way the scat Ganungwe. They think what I do, Sawayer, dano Kuntun Hetzerat Gawes, a guizini ganiat de guerra dano a guego o quadri non coso. Detino vadado yeti sota gunhan no no the headstone and then go rio that the hour way. I okay out again had dam dawe out on headstone because it's tasana ganungwe. Dam dawe out on headstone asat ni got darge ganyaga haga radinato ronata runi dano riskerewage. Dano dam dawe out on headstone guego on a gordo gana rasra go and escana. Damdawi on Hetzer and Ganigu Rio Dano Gayandamana. Yeah, okay. So as you know, every time we get together for meeting, council, anything of importance, ceremonies, we always have to carry out Hondagadi with Dekwa first. This is where we give thanks for the things in creation that have created us and the things we need to continue to sustain us. So we always begin by giving our thanks to our origins. When we look up into the nighttime sky, you're not looking into cold, dark, empty, lifeless space the way that non-native science would lead you to believe. No, you are looking into the living, vibrant body of our great mother, the great spiral of creation. This is the body of Sky Woman. And so we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman, as it is she who gives us spirit. From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to our grandmother Moon. It's she who gives us, regulates the flow of the blood in all things. It's not just the great bodies of water that she moves, as you know, she regulates the tides. So imagine if she moves all that mass then of water, then she can move the water in a blade of grass, move the water in your eyeball. And so we give thanks to her, to Grandma Moon, the beating heart of our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us blood. From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of where you have grown out from her, regardless of what language you speak, what color you are, or what you imagine divides us. We have all grown from the same mother, making us all one family, sisters, brothers, all relations, all together. And so we give thanks to her, to our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body. From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to them for in this world, the mothers in all strains of life. We give thanks to them for in this world, they give us purpose and direction.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Comme à chaque fois qu'on fait l'ouverture de ces rencontres hebdomadaires du groupe de travail du Wampum et Deux, on fait le Hondagadi Wadekwa, les mots de remerciement pour tous ceux qui est là, qui nous a donné la vie et qui continue à le faire. Donc, nous commençons à remercier les spirales de la création. Quand on regarde la nuit, le ciel rempli d'étoiles, ce n'est pas encore sans vie, vide comme on nous a fait à croire, mais le corps vivant de la femme ciel qui nous donne l'esprit de tout ce qui est vivant et nous le remercions pour ça. Ensuite, le corps battant de notre maman Terre, qui est notre grand-maman Lune, qui nous a donné les eaux, qui nous les régule. Si elle est capable d'influencer, de bouger les océans avec les marées, imaginez qu'est-ce qu'elle peut faire avec une goutte sur le gazon, en nous, dans nos eaux. Donc, nous la remercions pour le sang qu'elle nous donne à toutes les sangs, toutes les eaux. Et nous remercions aussi notre maman Terre, qui est notre mère à nous toutes et tous, peu importe d'où qu'on vient, quelle couleur, quelle race, quelle division qu'on voudrait croire, c'est elle qui nous fait une famille, pas seulement humaine, mais une famille du vivant. Et nous la remercions pour les corps qu'elle nous donne. Et aussi toutes les donneuses de vie, de la plus petite nouvelle-née jusqu'à la plus aînée des grandes-mamans, parce que ce sont elles les mères de nos nations qui nous donnent le but et la direction. Et ce n'est pas seulement les humaines, mais de toutes les espèces de la vie.
From there, we gave our thanks to, what did we identify? Sawayerda. Sawayerda, this is to identify the living spirit, the energy that flows between all things.
Et nous identifions aussi ça au IERA, tout ce qui est vivant et qui permet qu'il y ait toujours un échange, une réciprocité, une interaction entre tout ce qui est vivant.
This is to remind ourselves that we have even labeled things to be inanimate objects.
Et c'est un rappel que nous avons même tagué ou nommé des choses comme s'ils étaient inanimés.
But there's actually no such thing as an inanimate object.
Mais une chose telle qu'un objet inanimé, ça n'existe pas.
If we take, say, the elements out of the earth, the living elements that it takes to create, I don't know, some composite.
Si on prenait les éléments qui vont faire en sorte qu'on puisse avoir un élément composé,
And you process it, put it together, you call it an inanimate object because it's no longer living. The elements that put it together are no longer in their own natural state where they could move or adjust or become something else. They are now, by humans, processed, made to be inanimate.
si vous faites extraire deux éléments de leur endroit naturel et que vous les jumelez en faisant quelque chose qui serait autre, qui ne se trouverait pas dans les éléments naturels de la création, et à ce moment-là, vous pouvez dire que c'est un composé ou quelque chose d'inanimé, mais ce n'est déjà plus quelque chose qui fait partie de la création en soi.
So we must think of what that means to have an inanimate object that has been made out of animate things that can reanimate itself.
Donc, il faudrait vraiment réfléchir à qu'est-ce que ça veut dire que d'avoir un objet inanimé alors que ça vient à la base de choses qui sont animées, qui ont de la vie.
That is now basically a dead object.
Parce qu'à la base, il s'agit d'un objet mort.
Where prior to that, like we said, in its natural state, it was a living thing, part of a living process of the body of our Mother Earth.
Alors qu'avant ça, c'était quelque chose de naturel, comme on a dit, qui faisait partie du flot vivant de notre mère Terre.
So what we see, what we're doing with the earth is the same thing that we're doing with, like what Monsanto has done with different seeds, turning them into GMO, where they can no longer reanimate.
Et donc, carrément, ce qu'on est en train de faire avec notre mère Terre, c'est ce que Monsanto serait en train de faire avec les graines, avec les semences, les rendre à partir d'un processus vivant autorégénératif à être un objet inanimé.
Now, it's important to think about this, to contemplate it and play it out, see what it actually means in creation.
Et il faut vraiment s'attarder là-dedans, là, le contempler pour pouvoir saisir qu'est-ce que ça implique dans le processus du vivant.
As you know, science identifies that nothing really dies. It's all just an energy exchange.
Vous savez que la science identifie qu'il n'y a pas rien qui meurt, mais qu'il s'agit toujours d'un échange d'énergie.
Okay, so let's say these things are living entities that have an energy exchange.
Donc, admettons, ces deux choses-là sont une entité vivante qui font partie de l'énergie vivante.
So let's say I take these three things and I mine them out of creation. Let's say there's a mountain of eagle's wing feathers somewhere, a mountain of drumsticks.
Donc, imaginez que je vais aller les extraire de leur état naturel. Donc, imaginez qu'il y a une montagne de plumes d'aigle, une montagne de bâtons en tambour.
And a mountain of sage.
Et une montagne de la sauge.
Okay, but then if we mine these things and then we process them all together, then we get, just as an example here, then we get weapons grade plutonium.
Mais si on va faire de la minerie pour aller extraire ces éléments-là, après on va pouvoir les mélanger, puis on va pouvoir avoir, par exemple, du plutonium enrichi.
Now at that stage, it has become an inanimate object.
Mais à ce stade-là, il s'agit carrément d'un objet inanimé.
So it's not really true, not at all what science says that everything is an energy exchange and you can't kill the energy.
Donc, ce n'est pas vrai ce que la science dit comme quoi tout est un échange d'énergie et tu ne peux pas tout comme tuer l'énergie.
Well, that stuff that it took to create weapons grade plutonium, well, no, that energy of being able to reanimate itself, it's gone, it's dead, it's finished.
Parce que ce que ça l'a pris pour créer le plutonium, ben, tout le processus, ce qui était à la base en nature, ben, ça n'existe plus, c'est mort.
So when we're considering what science says about it being an energy exchange, okay, so well, here's this leaf, you destroy it by burning it. Well, the fumes and the smoke become something else, like you can't get rid of it.
Donc, admettons, si vous voulez brûler des feuilles, ben, les feuilles vont se consommer dans le feu, ils vont disparaître.
But humans have found a way to actually stop that process, and we do label it. There is a name to it. It's called inanimate objects.
Mais les humains ont trouvé un moyen pour faire que ce qui est un processus naturel soit un processus qu'ils ont appelé un objet inanimé.
I got an aluminum ladder.
Donc, admettons, j'ai une échelle en aluminium.
You know now it's inanimate. It's not going to do anything else except be a ladder. Maybe, who knows, it might take 100 million years for it to stop being a ladder.
Vous savez que ben, ça va toujours rester une échelle en aluminium. C'est plus vivant, ça va plus rien faire quelque chose d'autre à part être cette échelle-là. Peut-être ça va prendre des centaines d'années pour que ça fasse quelque chose d'autre.
So what science is succeeding in doing is stopping a reanimation process by turning things inanimate.
Donc, ce que la science fait, en fait, c'est d'arrêter un processus d'animation, d'auto-animation, et le transforme en un processus de mort qui est inanimé.
And this is the same as GMOing corn.
C'est la même chose que faire du maïs génétiquement modifié.
And corn, of course, is on a small scale.
Et bien sûr, le maïs, c'est une petite échelle.
But it's the same as what's happening on the large scale, what's being done to our Mother Earth with the plastification of the entire planet.
Mais c'est à la grande échelle la même chose qui est en train de se faire sur notre maman Terre avec la plastification de la planète au complet.
We can't see it right now. We are only seeing the first steps, the first stages of the complete plastification of Mother Earth.
Et en ce moment-ci, on peut à peine commencer à vraiment saisir qu'est-ce que ça veut dire que la plastification de notre mère Terre.
And you all know that this is real.
Et vous savez que c'est réel.
There's plastic on the highest parts of our Mother Earth. There's plastic all in the waters. There's plastic on the bottom of the oceans. There's plastic in the air that we're breathing. You know that this is happening.
Vous savez qu'il y a du plastique dans le plus haut de l'atmosphère, il y a du plastique dans la profondité des océans, dans la terre, dans l'air qu'on respire.
So what we are doing as humans, you may not know it, but you go to your job in some office building, doesn't matter what it is, what you're doing, a secretary or even whatever the boss is, no matter what role they are.
Et quand vous allez à votre boulot, peu importe c'est quoi que vous faites, mais vous êtes dans votre bâtiment, admettons que vous êtes un directeur, vous êtes un niveau secrétarial.
Everybody, no matter what company you're working in, what kind of business you're working in, everybody is all working in the same factory.
Peu importe dans quel domaine vous êtes, tout le monde travaille dans la même usine.
And this is the factory that is processing our Mother Earth.
Et il s'agit de l'usine qui va faire la fabrication, en fait, faire le procès de notre mère Terre.
Taking the life out of her bit by bit at a time and rendering her, parts of her, as inanimate.
En prenant le vivant de notre mère Terre et en le rendant inanimé.
Think of what it takes to make a aluminum ladder.
Pensez à ce que ça prend pour faire une échelle en aluminium.
Some of you may know that I got a thing for ladders.
Il y en a qui savent que j'ai quelque chose pour les échelles.
Okay, so we extract this out of our Mother Earth.
Et donc, on va extraire cela de notre mère Terre.
Next time you need to climb up to reach something in your house and you go for your aluminum ladder, think of where does the aluminum ladder come from?
Et la prochaine fois qu'il faut que vous ayez en haut pour aller chercher quelque chose chez vous et vous allez prendre votre échelle en aluminium, pensez que ça vient.
And at the same time, how come there's no ancient aluminum ladders handed down from generation to generation? How come we don't have heirloom aluminum ladders?
Et en même temps, pourquoi qu'on n'a pas des échelles en aluminium qui ont été passées de génération en génération comme on a des échelles en aluminium d'héritage?
Well, first off, because aluminum is new.
Ben, pour commencer, parce que l'aluminium, c'est quelque chose de nouveau.
Maybe not new to being known to humans, but new as far as like on the levels of which we've been processing it.
Peut-être pas comme élément que les humains connaissaient, mais au niveau dont on va les fabriquer, les processer, oui.
So where does it come from, though? I don't know where. I know there's aluminum plants. Let's see. I know of one. That's that Alcoa. That's up near Maniutunan. A huge plant, and they take it somewhere out of the Inu's territory.
Et par exemple, je connais cette usine-là de Alcoa qui se trouve vraiment proche de Manutenam et ils vont extraire l'élément justement du territoire Innu.
There's a huge aluminum plant right next to Akwesasne.
Il y a aussi une autre plante d'aluminium immense à côté d'Akwesasne.
So we think that's where the aluminum comes from.
Donc nous pensons, ben, c'est de là que l'aluminium vient.
But I don't know myself. I haven't done the research. I got no clue. And this is one of our shortcomings as humans, that some of the things that we use the most, that we value, we got no clue how it got here, what it took to get here, the level of destruction. So we don't even ever factor in or weigh in if this thing is good for us or not. You know, like we can't factor in to the health level of our Mother Earth because none of us know where aluminum ladders come from.
Et moi, personnellement, je n'ai pas fait de la recherche là, d'où que ça vient exactement. Ça, c'est un de nos manques. Et moi, je parle personnellement de moi-même. J'utilise quand même ce type d'échelle souvent, puis je ne me suis pas attardée à savoir d'où que ça vient. Donc, ça se peut que ça soit le cas pour plusieurs d'entre nous avec plusieurs choses qu'on utilise.
Okay, so just think that aluminum coming from somewhere in the body of our Mother Earth. Now, extrapolate that to your body. So let's say you take it out of your knee.
Donc, quand on sort l'aluminium du corps de notre mère Terre, ben là, on va faire le parallèle à notre corps humain. Donc, imaginez qu'on sort l'aluminium de vos genoux.
A lot of us know of this, that when our parents or when we get older, knee replacements become a common thing.
Il y en a qui savent quand que vos parents ou quand que vous-même devenez, vous avez de l'âge, ben, les remplacements des genoux devient quelque chose de commun.
Why do we need that? Because the knee stops being like flexible or whatever, like the tendons, the joints. It's almost like they fuse and they're not as movable.
Et pourquoi que le monde a besoin de ça? C'est parce qu'avec l'âge, les tendons, les cartilages, tout ce qui se trouve au niveau des genoux qui permettent sa flexibilité, puis deviennent rigides.
And also the bones, as you get older, you know, they become weak, they become brittle. It's so easy for some people, you know, you could just maybe the wind blow and their bones will break.
Et les os deviennent aussi beaucoup plus faibles. Donc, parfois, si le vent souffle, les gens peuvent partir au vent quand leurs os sont comme ça.
So think of this now. We're extracting stuff out of my knee, stuff that I need there to be able to bend my leg.
Donc, imaginez, on va extraire des choses de mon genou exactement où j'ai besoin de la flexibilité pour pouvoir bouger ma jambe.
And so every bit that I take out, enough to make an aluminum ladder, that takes away, say, one tendon that's in my leg.
Et chaque petite partie que je vais extraire pour faire, mettons, une échelle d'aluminium, ben, va empêcher qu'une partie de mon tendon bouge.
Well, soon, I won't be able to bend my leg.
Mais bientôt, je ne vais plus être capable de bouger, plier ma jambe.
And what this means, if we didn't have knee replacements today, this would mean you'd be immobile.
Et ça veut dire que si on n'avait pas des remplacements de genoux comme ça, ben, on serait immobile.
And in the world, that would mean you're not going to live too long.
Et dans le monde, ça voudrait dire que vous n'allez pas vivre très longtemps.
Okay, so when we extrapolate this process to our Mother Earth,
Et quand que nous faisons ce parallèle à notre mère Terre,
then we can see that the things that we are taking out of her to make aluminum ladders
on peut voir que les choses qu'on va sortir d'elle pour faire des échelles en aluminium
is either going to stiffen up her bones or make them very brittle.
va faire soit endurcir ses os ou les rendre très fragiles.
But either way, it's going to be something.
Mais d'une façon ou d'une autre, c'est pas positif.
And this is what we are doing overall to our Mother Earth.
Et c'est exactement ça ce qu'on fait en grande échelle à notre mère Terre.
And so in the Honda Wadekwa,
Et dans le Honda Galiwadekwa,
of course, we're talking about giving thanks for all the things in creation that created us.
nous parlons de remercier pour toutes les choses dans la création qui nous ont créés.
So as you know, we push for everybody to carry out a Honda Wadekwa every day, not just in the beginning of your day, not just at the end, but all day long when you're thinking, when you see that bird flying over, don't just see a bird and not think about it. See a bird and give thanks for that bird, and know that that bird is a living part of your animation that's dependent on you.
Et comme vous le savez, on encourage le monde à faire non pas leur Honda Galiwadekwa seulement le matin, mais à n'importe quel moment de la journée. Admettons, vous voyez un oiseau voler, ben, donnez vos remerciements dans la lignée de votre Honda Galiwadekwa.
So to push, or not to push, but the purpose of people identifying a Honda Wadekwa,
Et le but que les gens fassent leur Honda Galiwadekwa
of course, is to make you familiar with the creation that's around us.
est de vous rendre familier à la création qui est autour de nous.
Now, we'll all think that we're familiar with the creation around us. Oh yeah, we all see it all, so we know it all.
Et on va tous croire que, ah ben non, mais on regarde tout ce qui est dans la création, donc on le connaît tout.
This week, some of you may know that there was a fire in the area here of Ganawagi, a big grass fire.
Cette semaine, peut-être vous avez su qu'il y a eu un feu ici dans la région proche de Ganawagi.
This caused the first time that I ever seen this in my life.
Et ça l'a provoqué la première fois que je vois ça de ma vie.
And there's some people my age that can remember, that will remember, that when we were young, every year they used to burn the fields. The men used to go out, burn all the fields. I used to see this all the time, maybe up until I was about a teenager, maybe into the mid 70s. Yeah, no, even into the 80s that was being done.
Mais moi, ce que j'avais vu depuis toute ma vie, c'est que quand j'étais petit, puis les gens de mon âge vont pouvoir en témoigner, que les gens allaient brûler les gazons au printemps.
But I never seen what I saw this week.
Mais je n'ai jamais vu ce que j'ai vu cette semaine.
From this fire, it put big, long pieces of black ash all over Ganawagi.
Avec ce feu-là, il y a eu des longues tiges de cendres qui ont volé partout sur Ganawagi.
And for me, I was really noticing this all over my lawn, all over the yard, everywhere.
Et moi, je l'ai vu partout sur le gazon, sur tout le terrain ici.
But then I know that other people were walking through my yard, over my lawn, and they didn't even see it. They did not even notice it.
Mais je sais qu'il y avait d'autres personnes qui pouvaient marcher sur mon terrain puis qui se rendaient même pas compte que c'était là.
So there may be a lot of things there that we think we see every day, but we're not cognizant of it.
Donc, il se peut qu'il y ait plein de choses qui sont là dans nos journées et qu'on pense qu'on les voit, mais nous ne sommes pas conscients.
So a Honda Wadekwa is to remind ourselves of these things.
Donc, le Honda Galiwadekwa, c'est pour que nous nous souvenions de ça.
To realign ourselves with Sawayerda, to know what our connection is, what our role is. What are we supposed to do while we're here? Are we supposed to blow up everything? Are we supposed to kill a whole bunch of people? Is that the way it works in the non-native world? that from the time you're born to the time you die, maybe you got to kill at least 100 people or something? Is that why the non-native world is always at war?
Ben, nous faisons le Rendez-vous Wadequois pour nous réaligner avec tout ce qui est vivant, parce que est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a dit que lorsqu'on est vivant, ben, il faudrait qu'on lance des bombes ou qu'on assassine du monde ou qu'on tue un minimum de X, quoi que ce soit? Est-ce que c'est pour ça qu'on est vivant?
So we got to remind ourselves every day.
Donc, nous devons nous souvenir à chaque jour.
So when you're giving thanks, now we're going to change what our purpose of a Honda Gari Wadekwa is.
Et quand que nous remercions à chaque jour, nous allons maintenant changer le but pour lequel nous faisons le Rendez-vous Wadequois.
From now until the ninth moon, it's not going to be just about giving thanks.
À partir de maintenant jusqu'à la 9e lune, il ne va pas s'agir juste de remercier.
And understanding our connection to it, how it works.
Et de comprendre notre connexion, de savoir comment ça fonctionne.
But now make a Honda Gari Wadekwa your pathway into understanding how you are destroying that thing that you are giving thanks for.
Mais maintenant, faites votre Rendez-vous Wadequois afin de comprendre comment que vous, c'est lequel votre chemin de vous faisant partie de la destruction de notre mère Terre.
Of course, no, this isn't to say that anybody's perfect. You're going to be completely separate from all corruption.
Et bien sûr que ce n'est pas pour dire tout le monde est parfait, puis vous êtes complètement séparés de n'importe quelle corruption.
No, what has to be done is the first in everybody's mind, the plan has to be created in your mind.
Et ce qui doit être prime d'abord, c'est le plan dans votre esprit qui doit se créer d'abord.
So right now, the people don't even know that they have to have a plan.
Et en ce moment même, les gens ne savent même pas qu'ils doivent avoir un plan.
So people will think, oh no, this is not. And when it's presented, they'll say, oh, well, what about this? Or what if we do this? Or what if we do that?
Et donc, les gens, quand ils l'entendent, ils vont dire, ah non, mais c'est pas ça. Ou ils vont dire, ah, mais qu'est-ce que si on fait ci? Ou si on fait ça?
This is the thing about in the non-native world is that once somebody pushes something forward, then somebody automatically is going to come out and say, well, that's not a good idea. This is a better idea. And then, or there's going to be this other idea. And then the minds are all going to be splintered and nothing ever gets done in the non-native world. Nothing good.
Et c'est ça ce qui arrive tout le temps dans le monde de non-autochtones, c'est que dès que quelqu'un propose une idée, il va y avoir quelqu'un qui va dire « Ah non, mais j'ai une meilleure idée », puis comme ça, les esprits vont être divisés, puis il n'y a jamais rien qui va s'achever.
So from now to the ninth moon, we're going to get to some understandings.
Donc, à partir de maintenant jusqu'à la 9e lune, on va arriver à des compréhensions.
And how we're going to do that is in your Honda Gari Wadekwa, the thing that you're giving thanks for, you are going to discover, you're going to search out how you are directly responsible for destroying that thing you are giving thanks for.
Et comment nous allons le faire? Lorsque vous allez faire votre Rendez-vous Wadequois, vous allez découvrir comment que vous êtes directement connecté à la destruction de cette entité vivante pour laquelle vous remerciez.
And this will be the beginning of how we align our words and our actions.
Et ça va être le début de comment que nous allons aligner nos mots et nos actions.
Because what giving thanks for something does, and at the same time identifying how you're destroying it, what it does is it puts you in a process of where you eventually have to equalize these things out.
Parce qu'en remerciant pour quelque chose et en même temps en étant conscient du niveau d'implication dans la destruction de cette chose-là, à un moment donné, ces deux choses-là doivent s'égaliser, se remettre en équilibre.
Yeah, it would be the opposite of cognitive dissonance. It would be coming out of cognitive dissonance.
Donc, ça serait en fait le processus pour pouvoir s'en sortir de la dissonance cognitive.
So it might be called something like cognitive resonance, something like that.
Yeah. Alors, ça pourrait être quelque chose qu'on pourrait nommer la résonance cognitive.
So tomorrow or whenever you're giving thanks for that tree, you, as much as you want to believe you're not killing that tree, you search for every possible way that you can uncover the truth of how you are destroying it.
Donc, demain, si vous remerciez pour un arbre, ben, vous essayez d'aller chercher jusqu'au bout la vérité de comment que vous détruisez cet arbre-là.
So what will be happening is two opposite ends of a spectrum will be created.
Et ce qui va se passer, c'est que ça va être les deux pôles opposés du même spectre qui vont être créés.
Whereas right now, we don't have any opposite end here. All we have is the end where we're destroying everything.
Alors qu'à ce moment-ci, il n'y a pas les deux pôles opposés, il y a juste le pôle dans lequel on détruit constamment.
So we create these two opposite ends. I give thanks for this. I'm destroying this.
Donc, nous créons les deux pôles. Je remercie pour ça et je le détruis.
It doesn't make sense.
Ça n'a pas de sens.
It's something that has to be reconciled.
Il y a quelque chose qui doit être réconcilié.
Until we will bring those two opposite ends together and reconcile them.
Jusqu'à ce qu'on va être capable de ramener ces deux pôles opposés ensemble et les réconcilier.
So this is what we're going to do now with a Honda Gari with Dekra from now until the ninth moon.
Et c'est ça ce que nous allons faire avec le Honda Kaliwadekwa d'ici à la 9e lune.
So if you are speaking it in front of people, do not be afraid to say, if we give thanks for the trees.
Donc, si vous parlez, admettons, devant les gens et vous remerciez pour les arbres,
That while at the same time we're giving thanks for these trees, we are all participating in their destruction. And even if you can articulate in which way.
vous pouvez dire à votre Honda Kaliwadekwa, nous remercions pour les arbres, alors qu'en même temps, nous sommes en train de les détruire et vous pouvez même aller au-delà en décrivant comment.
And then we will start to have living examples within us.
Et après, on va commencer à avoir des exemples vivants parmi nous.
Because in your mind, you will not be able to reconcile that. I am thankful for this, but at the same time, I'm destroying it.
Parce qu'à ce moment-là, vous n'allez pas être capable de le concilier dans votre esprit. C'est comme je le remercie, mais en même temps, je le détruis.
So living examples will develop through you
Et les exemples vivants vont se développer à partir de vous-même
as to what not to do and what to do.
par rapport à quoi faire et quoi pas faire.
An example of this would be when I was 10 years old. We lived on a farm. I was way out in the woods, just beyond the pasture, and I was clearing some brush to make a fort.
Un exemple de ça, quand que j'avais 10 ans, j'habitais dans une ferme remplie de forêts, puis j'étais en train de nettoyer des branches là pour me faire un fort.
And there was a tree, maybe, I don't know, about an inch in diameter. Anyways, I had it bent over and I was chopping into it to cut it down.
Et il y avait un petit arbre qui avait peut-être une pouce de diamètre, puis je l'avais plié, puis j'étais en train de vouloir le couper.
As soon as I chopped into it, all bees flew out of that tree and they went all over my face, my head, my shoulders, all over. I had to run like crazy, like maybe about 400 feet across the field to jump in a creek of water, like this much water.
Et dès que j'ai commencé à le couper, il y a eu tout un paquet d'abeilles qui sont sorties de leur nid, qui sont venues me voir carrément en m'attaquant autour de ma tête, mes épaules, tout mon corps. Puis il a fallu que je cours partout le champ jusqu'à ce que je trouve un petit ruisseau dans lequel je me suis jetée dedans, même s'il y avait juste comme ça d'eau.
So then and there, it was solidified in me what my mother and father already taught me, but it just wasn't sunken in yet. I was only 10 years old.
Et donc, c'est là que la connaissance que mes parents m'avaient donnée s'est solidifiée, malgré qu'ils me l'avaient déjà dit, mais j'étais jeune quand même.
And that is to never cut down a live tree unless it's absolutely necessary.
Et c'est qu'il ne faut jamais couper un arbre vivant, au moins que ça soit absolument nécessaire.
And so it's little things like that will be the living example within you that will always be a reminder to you that is in my DNA. That one little experience, bees coming out of a tree, that's telling me, hey, that was impossible for that to happen, but it was showing me not to cut down living trees.
Et ce sont le type de choses que la vie même nous démontre quand on ne veut pas entendre que même si c'était un tout petit arbre, toutes les abeilles sont venues me le dire.
Okay, so as we go, each of us with a Honda Gadi Wadekwa in this fashion, then we're going to start to discover ways of how to fix the things that we have broken.
Et lorsque nous allons avancer comme ça dans notre rang de Galiwadekwa, nous allons comprendre les choses que nous avons brisées.
Now, you won't know that on your own. The only way you will know it is by sharing your experience to the collective. It's the collective that will extrapolate that out of your experience.
Et vous, en tant qu'individu, vous n'allez pas être capable de le faire, mais seulement si ça se fait en collectif. C'est la collectivité qui va être capable de l'extraire de vous-même.
So this week, we've seen fires, we've seen wind, we've seen craziness, insanity.
Donc, cette semaine, nous avons vu du vent, nous avons vu des feux, nous avons vu carrément la folie.
And we know that on every level of these things, winds, we know they're going to increase. Fires, we know those things are not going to slow down. Those things are going to increase. We know the insanity is increasing.
Et nous savons que les feux ne vont pas arrêter, ils vont juste accélérer. Les vents, ils vont prendre de plus en plus. Et la folie, ça va juste exponentialiser.
So I'll say that it's necessary to do this. Of course, for you, anybody can say no, not necessary.
Et donc, je dis que c'est nécessaire que nous faisions cela, mais peut-être vous allez dire, mais non, c'est pas nécessaire pour moi, ça.
So from now until the night moon, 2 ways of doing a Honda Gadi Wadekwa.
Donc, d'ici jusqu'à la 9e lune, il y a 2 façons de faire le Honda Galiwadekwa.
The positive of it,
Le positif,
why we're happy, the part of why we love it, what it does for us.
pourquoi que nous sommes heureux, pourquoi qu'on l'aime, pourquoi qu'on est en gratitude.
And then the negative side of us in relation to it.
Et après, notre côté négatif en relation à ça.
And then we'll start discovering what humans can do to not interfere, to not destroy the rest of creation.
Et nous allons commencer à découvrir que c'est que les humains peuvent faire pour ne pas interférer et surtout ne pas détruire la création.
As you know, that we just went through a whole process collectively to determine what we can do to not destroy creation, to heal it. And we have concluded collectively with the hemp unity agenda.
Et comme vous le savez, nous venons de passer par un processus de déterminer collectivement ce que nous pouvons faire pour protéger et aider notre mère Terre. Et c'est de là que l'agenda de l'Union Chambre est émergé.
Okay, so just as a warning for everybody to know what's going to happen tonight.
Et donc, juste pour que tout le monde sache ce qui va se produire ce soir,
we got stuff to talk about the hemp unity agenda. But also we are going to be interviewed live starting at 8 o'clock.
Nous avons des choses à parler par rapport à l'agenda de l'Union Chambre, mais aussi nous allons commencer une entrevue à partir de 8 heures in 15 minutes.
What?
In 15 minutes.
15 minutes already?
Dans 15 minutes.
What's I going to say? This is, it's the, what's the name of the thing? The missing link.
Dans un podcast, genre, qui s'appelle le chaînon manquant.
Now, the guy wants to interview about, of course, the hemp unity agenda.
Et le gars, il veut interviewer justement par rapport à l'agenda de l'Union Chambre.
So anyways, there was very limited time for us in our schedule, limited time in their schedule. Ends up, we had no choice but to put it, join this Zoom tonight.
Et donc, eux, il y avait des possibilités très serrées. Nous aussi, avec nos horaires, c'était très limité. Donc, il a fallu qu'on le mette dans cet horaire avec le Zoom.
So when we connect with this guy, we're going to explain to him that we're in the middle of a Zoom and that it's a collective of all the people that participated to manifest the hemp unity agenda.
Et quand que nous allons connecter avec ce monsieur-là, on va expliquer que tous les gens qui ont aidé à faire que l'agenda Union Chambre ait lieu sont là.
So it won't be just me present in the interview.
Et comme ça va pas être juste moi qui va être présent à l'entrevue.
Of course, he's not going to be able to interview everybody, but what we're going to do is if there's anything that, say, I've forgotten, anything that you think that should be emphasized, then we said we're going to what, go through the chat
Yeah.
for tonight only.
Yeah. Et donc, ce qu'on va faire ce soir, c'est que s'il y a des choses que vous pensez qu'il serait nécessaire de dire, ajouter quoi que ce soit, vous pouvez utiliser le chat et envoyer le message au host co-host pour le dire.
And I'm going to, like I said, I'll identify to him that it's all these people. So I'll say that if they're all here, if there's anybody, if he wishes to interview anyone, say at random or anyone specific, then he's able to do this also.
Et je vais lui dire aussi que tout le monde est présent et donc comme ça, si lui voulait aussi interviewer quelqu'un d'autre spécifiquement ou d'une façon aléatoire, ça serait possible également.
The thing here, what we have to facilitate in everyone, in ourselves.
Et la question ici, est-ce qu'il doit être facilité en nous-mêmes et entre nous?
Is the ability to keep our minds focused on a healing agenda.
Et l'habilité de garder nos esprits concentrés dans un agenda de guérison.
So, for instance, pretty much all through my day, I'm engaged in some kind of meeting or some kind of meeting or council about healing of our Mother Earth.
Et ce qui se passe dans ma journée, c'est qu'à un moment donné, ou sinon toute la journée, je vais être engagée dans un conseil, un échange pour la guérison de notre mère Terre.
Now, I know I'm conscious of the times in my day when I'm not doing that.
Et je le sais, je suis consciente des moments de ma journée où je ne fais pas ça.
And it's a waste of my time.
Et c'est une perte de mon temps.
Why would I be doing anything else except thinking or doing or focusing on trying to discover or carrying out ways of healing our Mother Earth?
Pourquoi que je serais en train de faire quelque chose ou me concentrer sur quelque chose qui n'est pas à guérir notre mère Terre?
So, for instance, when I'm not thinking about it, that's when I'm stuck in rush hour traffic, like on my way to court this morning.
Donc, par exemple, quand que je ne le fais pas, c'est parce que je suis en plein milieu de l'heure de pointe, comme ce matin que je m'en allais à la cour.
So I know the same thing's happening to you.
Donc, je sais que ça vous arrive vous aussi.
And then while I was at court, I didn't have time to think about that. So while you're at your work, you ain't got time to think about those things. You got to focus on the things that we're doing to tear apart stuff. You ain't got time to focus on how to heal things.
Et lorsque vous êtes dans votre boulot, ben, je sais que vous n'avez pas le temps de vous concentrer là-dedans aussi. Donc, on fait juste défaire les choses.
So we all have to look for ways of how to keep our minds focused on the healing agenda.
Et donc, nous avons besoin de garder nos esprits concentrés, tout le monde, dans l'agenda de guérison.
When you go out at night with a bunch of your friends, are they people who just talk hockey games and baseball games and what movie or this or that? If they are, then you're talking nonsense.
Quand que vous sortez la soirée avec vos amis, est-ce que c'est des gens qui vont parler sur les matchs de hockey ou de baseball ou sur je ne sais pas quoi d'autre? Ben, si c'est le cas, ben, à ce moment-là, vous parlez des choses pas importantes.
How could you be satisfied as a human being in nonsense conversations such as the last night's hockey game when our Mother Earth is dying right under our feet?
Comment pourriez-vous être satisfait de vos conversations, mettons si vous échangez sur le hockey alors que notre mère Terre se trouve dans son lit de mort?
So the fact is that society is a bunch of idiots because everybody is not thinking about a damn thing. They're just moving 100 miles an hour into the destruction.
Donc, le fait, c'est que la société est un paquet d'idiots parce qu'ils bougent à toute une vitesse vers la destruction sans s'attarder à en prendre conscience.
In that atmosphere, you, if you care, you can't do anything because you're surrounded by a bunch of idiots.
Et dans une atmosphère telle, si vous souciez, vous ne pouvez rien faire parce que vous êtes entouré d'un paquet d'idiots.
You have to change that dynamic.
Mais c'est vous qui devez changer cette dynamique-là.
And how that is you have to spark critical conversation.
Et c'est comment? Ben, c'est que ça vous appartient à vous d'allumer les conversations critiques.
And if you find that when you're sparking this critical conversation with your friends, that they're all just want to stay dumb in last night's movie, last night's hockey game, well, then it's time for you to take your importance elsewhere.
Et si après avoir tout fait pour allumer ces conversations importantes-là et vos amis insistent à juste demeurer dans le hockey, ben à ce moment-là, ça vous correspond, vous, d'amener votre importance ailleurs.
So we all want to be effective in healing our Mother Earth.
Et nous voulons toutes et tous être effectifs dans la guérison de notre mère Terre.
So it begins from Honda Gadi Wadekwa.
Donc, ça commence par le Honda Kaliwadekwa.
And now, as we said, we change, we alter to give both ends of the spectrum to where we're going to have to find that interface between those two parts of us.
Et comme on a dit, maintenant, on a trouvé le but de comment que nous devons utiliser le Honda Kaliwadekwa pour trouver l'interface entre ces deux pôles opposés.
Okay, what time is, do we got to get linked to that or?
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna start getting there. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Il faut regarder là, il faut se connecter au lien que le monsieur a envoyé. So just to get it all right, we're gonna keep that still, like, and we're gonna log in this one, so you exchange with him on this one. Is that right? Okay. So juste pour les affaires logistiques, on va garder la caméra principale comme on fait d'habitude pour le Zoom. Et c'est moi-même qui va se loguer d'ici pour qu'on se connecte avec le monsieur que Stuart va échanger avec lui.
How about if you put it right there?
OK. Et on va juste la mettre un peu plus bas pour qu'il se voit plus directement.
There is other things that we got to discuss too. I don't know how long this interview is going to last. I don't know.
Et il y a d'autres choses dont on doit parler aujourd'hui. Je ne sais pas combien de temps que ça va durer aujourd'hui.
But some of you have heard that we spent the day in court today.
Mais il y en a qui ont entendu parler du fait qu'on a passé la journée dans la cour aujourd'hui.
My case is the argument is of systemic racial genocide.
Et mon cas, l'argument, c'est du racisme systémique.
And I am not using a lawyer.
Et je n'utiliserai pas un avocat.
My case has been going on now for a year and a half.
Alors, mon cas est en cours depuis 1 an et demi.
The highway pirates, the SQ, stole my truck.
Et c'est les pirates des autoroutes qui ont volé mon camion.
They've illegally held it for the past year and a half.
Et ils l'ont retenu illégalement pendant la dernière année et demie.
But last week, the prosecutor from Revenue Quebec sent a message saying, oh, they're going to release the truck now after holding it for a year and a half.
Mais la semaine passée, le procureur de Revenu Québec, en fait, la procureure de Revenu Québec, a envoyé un message en disant « Ah, ben, on va pouvoir te redonner ton camion alors qu'il avait saisi pendant 1 an et demi. »
No, when this first happened, we went to go see a lawyer, and the lawyer told us outright, he says, well, just to get it started, $70,000 up front.
Et quand que l'événement venait se produire, nous sommes allés voir un avocat, puis l'avocat a dit, bon, pour un cas de même, ça va commencer avec 70 000.
Says to put up your house for going to lose the house.
Et il a dit, ben, tu vas perdre ta maison.
Even said to threaten to no interaction between the people involved.
Et il a même menacé avec le manque d'interaction, en fait, il allait ne pas permettre l'interaction entre les gens impliqués.
But right from the start, I said, there's nothing to worry about here. This is systemic racial genocide.
Et dès le départ, je dis, ben, il n'y a rien à s'inquiéter là-dedans parce qu'il s'agit du racisme systémique qui est un génocide.
I knew I would be getting my truck back.
Je savais que j'allais revoir mon camion,
but to have gotten it back, what they wanted me to do to use a lawyer, and that I would have been in debt right now over $25,000.
mais pour l'avoir, ce qu'il voulait, c'est que j'engage un avocat et là, maintenant, je serais endetté au-delà de 25 000 certains.
Anyways, okay, are we close to the?
Well, whenever you're
Yeah.
ready, we're, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go and log into this now to the interview.
Et donc, on va aller maintenant à l'entrevue.
So just as a side note here, then the sound.
Yeah, I was thinking of that too while I was connecting.
how
And
is-
also to say it's gonna be all only in English.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh
right.
yeah, and the interview is only gonna be in English also.
Et aussi, ça va être une question exceptionnelle, on s'entend. Ça va être seulement en anglais pendant la période de l'entrevue.
Because it's somebody else doing the interview, we're not gonna have time to be able to do translation.
Parce que comme il s'agit de quelqu'un d'autre qui va faire l'entrevue, ben, on n'aura pas vraiment le temps de faire la traduction.
But every opportunity we got to push the hemp unity agenda, I don't care if it's in German, if it's in Chinese or whatever, we gotta take that opportunity.
Mais à chaque opportunité qu'on va avoir pour parler de l'Union Chambre, peu importe de quelle façon ou dans quelle langue, on va la prendre.
Okay, so,
We're waiting.
We're waiting. okay, so I'll just keep filling you in about what took place there today in the court.
Donc, je vais juste continuer à vous raconter ce qui s'est passé aujourd'hui en cours.
Now, I know, as a matter of fact, that in 1994, at a Canadian Bar Association meeting in February at the McDonald Hotel in Calgary, Edmonton,
Et je sais qu'en fait qu'en 1994, dans une rencontre du barreau à Edmonton, oui,
McDonald Hotel, well,
ah, là, c'est le magasin.
that the Prosecutor General of all of Canada told all lawyers, everybody present, you are no longer to represent Native people based on their rights. Now you are to represent them solely from within Canadian law, which means from within the Canadian Criminal Code.
Ça a été le procureur général du Canada qui a dit aux gens du barreau qu'à partir de ce moment-là, il n'y avait personne qui pouvait défendre un autochtone à partir de ce droit du traité, mais qu'il pouvait juste le faire à partir de la charte de droit et liberté canadienne.
So when you know of the two-row Wampum Treaty,
Et quand que vous connaissez que c'est que le traité du Wampum à Deux, Voies,
that we are not supposed to interfere with one another,
que nous ne sommes pas supposés d'interférer l'un avec l'autre,
that how can people coming from Europe have the fantasy in their head that their law will apply to us here in our home, a place where the Europeans have no business, that they're foreign to.
comment que les gens de l'Europe vont avoir la fantaisie comme quoi leurs lois vont nous appliquer ici, à nous, dans notre maison, alors que leurs lois ne sont pas d'ici, ils sont inventés dans le sens, ne sont pas du territoire du tout là.
But this is the thing of how genocide works. It's absolutely everything that the Europeans do. It's how they think. They don't realize that it's all part and parcel to a destructive behavior.
Mais c'est exactement comme ça que le génocide agit, c'est que c'est tout un comportement collectif dont les gens sont inconscients ou ils ne comprennent pas quel est leur comportement.
So according to the two-row Wampum,
Et en accord avec le Wampum à Deux Voies,
non-native law does not apply to me.
la loi non autochtone ne m'applique pas là.
So if there was some kind of dispute,
Donc, s'il y avait une espèce de dispute,
they on that side would have to speak to my representation.
eux, de l'autre côté, devraient parler à ma représentation.
Okay, we see them coming now, so we're gonna hold off there.
Et on voit qu'ils commencent, donc on va s'arrêter là. Yeah, I'm gonna connect my phone and put it there for the rest. Oh,
Maybe you better fix that. The video on.
yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Hello, test, test, test. Okay, right there. Okay, awesome. So how are you doing?
Very good, very good. I had a beautiful day and it's just getting beautifuler.
Awesome. That's amazing to hear. Okay, we're gonna get started. I'm gonna pop you off the screen for a second. There's a minute video intro where nobody's gonna see or hear you. Once you pop back on the screen, I'm gonna introduce you, and then I'm gonna ask you to tell us about yourself, what you're doing, and then we'll go there from the questions.
Okay, all right, fine.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Okay, so as soon as we come back on and we get into the questions or whatever, then I introduce, and this is where I'm gonna let them know that, well, we're here with the whole group, the two-row Wampum working group that was the body of people that came together.
Donc, aussitôt qu'il va finir avec le vidéo d'introduction, c'est là qu'on va lui dire qu'on est avec les gens du Wampum à Deux, Voies.
Can you make that bigger?
Everyone has something to share, and either wisdom, story, or logic. And it's clearly amazing to hear all the different missing links discovered by people, unique to their own journeys, and in how they have come to discover. Together, we can help to build a bigger picture for a better future, for a brighter tomorrow. Let's stand united. Let's remove the veils, and let's create a new world together. Are you missing link? Join Jesse Hale on the Missing Link Talk Show as he helps to unveil the mystery through the hidden wisdom and story.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, 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 welcome everybody here back to the Missing Link. Today we're excited, we're honored to have someone who's connected so well to the land, who's really, talking about hemp and, the benefits of it. Someone who I've recently come in contact with, but I think he's a beautiful soul. Longhouse Stuart Mayau. How are you today, brother?
Very good. Thank you very much. We've been looking forward to this interview.
Awesome. So why don't you start off with telling us about yourself? I know you come from Eastern Canada, and just share with us, who you are so people can get to know you better.
Okay, well, who I am is, what I'll do is I'll introduce myself to you in my language. So I identify that I am Gazit Danzario Yujitska, Nuji and Tajitskwenista Ronata Runi. And so what this identifies is that my name is Gazit Danzario. This is the name that my mother has given me when I was born. And so as my mother carried the sacred title of Wolf Clan Mother into the world, I am a Wolf Clan. So as a Wolf Clan within the Longhouse of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, within the Ganyagahaga Nation, we are what is identified as the well within the nations. And the well within the nations is where all business is dropped into in order to get all the nations to carry out and to work on one agenda. And so as the well, we have to gather the minds of the people. And what we have done since 2017 is going based on the United Nations statement of the year 2030, that we have until the year 2030 to reverse things. That based on this, we looked at what has to be done in the world. That, of course, we have limited amount of time and we have a huge job to do. So what can we do, every person on earth, together, that will be a contributing factor into the healing of our Mother Earth? Of course, it's very hard because everybody's spread out in different countries, different mentalities. So we looked at the one thing that could heal the water, heal the land, the air, and even heal the hearts and minds of the people. And so when we gathered this from the hearts and minds of the people and we presented it back, it was with the two-row Wampum working group. It's a group of people spread out around the world that we've been working with, native, non-native people alike, that we were able to come together and conclude that this is what we can do, that the hemp unity agenda, to plant hemp everywhere on earth, every person. I can share with you seeds that I have acquired to give to you, that you can plant and that you can give to your neighbor. And in such a way, then basically through osmosis, that we have every person on earth working collaboratively together without ever having to meet one another, without ever having to see one another, but to know that our efforts will be so healing upon our Mother Earth, because we know it is scientifically proven of the power, the healing power of hemp, but not just for it to heal, like to like cleanse or filter the land, the air, the water, but also from there, when we think of it today, you have heard there's plastics on the bottom of the ocean. There's plastics in the air that we breathe. All of these plastics that are everywhere, we call it the plastification of our Mother Earth. But all of these plastics can all be replaced by hemp. Absolutely everything that is made out of plastic can be made out of hemp. And therefore, let's say if you found a hemp bag at the bottom of the ocean, well, that's, by the time it got there, it wouldn't even be a hemp bag. It wouldn't even be a bag any longer. But that's just to identify that all the things that we can replace plastics, replace it with hemp, it's absolutely everything. There is nothing that hemp cannot be made into, that right now that plastics are being utilized for. And when we think of it, as you know, how long has plastics been around? Only what, since the 50s, maybe around the late 40s. So that's not long for this to now be everywhere on our Mother Earth, for it to be around turtles' necks, a 6-pack of beer, the plastic on it. It's around the turtle's neck. It's on the bottom of the ocean. It's in the air. So we know that the healing of our Mother Earth is not going to be done by a government. It's not going to be done by the United Nations. Let's look at what's going on right now. They're focusing all of their energy into war. When we just heard about, if you know about that 2-degree mark, they first said 20 years ago that it's going to be around the end of the century, 2100. But just 2 weeks ago now, they identified, the same scientist who first said 2030, they identified that there's a 50-50 chance of us reaching that mark within the next 5 years. So we have to conclude, not based on what some politician is telling us. We have to conclude based on what our hearts are telling us, based on what our eyes are telling us. Do we have to wait for some scientist with 100 letters behind their name to come along and tell us that what we're doing is suicidal? I'm pretty sure we can figure that out for ourselves. We have. And what we have concluded, that again, everyone on earth must plant hemp. I am not an expert in hemp. I am not projecting myself to know anything about hemp. All I do know about hemp is that it is the magic healing medicine that our Mother Earth needs. And so there is a lot of people right now through the Hemp Unity agenda that we have already dispatched seeds to in many different places. There is still a lot of seeds that we have to send out. And this means that maybe not this year, they're all going to get planted. But what we are telling everybody this year is to plant your seeds solely for seed production. Because what I believe, now I might be wrong on this, but what I've discovered is that it was very hard to get hemp seeds. I believe that the system is going to make it impossible for us to get hemp seeds in the coming years. Because when we look at what is happening to our Mother Earth, it may seem sinister, and it may even sound too far-fetched for us to believe this. But who are the people who gave the permits for plastics? Who are the people who gave out the copyrights and who gives the okay to put these plastics, even microplastics in our shampoo? Who gives the okay for that? What is the reasoning behind this? We can see that it It appears to be a dark agenda, a very dark, sinister agenda here, that something is setting out to seemingly eliminate humans, to eliminate us off the planet. Because our stewardship here in this world, we are the central point of consciousness here on our Mother Earth. Every living thing on our Mother Earth is dependent on us. We're interdependent on them, and we're killing it all. We're killing them, and our system, our government system that we're locked into, locks us into doing that. It's time to come to realize, well, is it some corporation that's doing this? Everybody's protesting against the corporation. Why? Who's the corporation? Who makes up that corporation? Who gives the permit to that corporation? So when people are protesting, they're actually protesting against themselves. This is a ridiculous behavior. We must come to a conclusion here that the path that we are on, of course, is a dead-end street. What is it that's a dead-end street? Is it just plastics? Is it just maybe fossil fuel burning engines? No, it's not those things. It's the system that permits those things. Because the system knows, so for instance, say like everybody knows how bad sugar is. Well, how come sugar is all over our grocery stores? Why, when we know what's bad, do we continue to give that to our children? This is extrapolated from our behavior, our conduct to our children. It's extrapolated to our conduct, our behavior to our Mother Earth. So if we keep doing stuff that's bad, giving sugar to our children, what's going to happen to them? If we keep doing stuff that's bad to our Mother Earth, we know what's going to happen there, and then we know what's going to happen to us. So we have a very limited time based on what the scientists have said. And I agree with the science. I do not dispute the non-native science. I endorse it 100%, even though I say that non-native science is reverse technology. Because what they know how to do is they know how to tear apart a tree. They know how to break it down, and they know how to destroy it. But they don't know how to work conducive with it. So this is what's missing from the minds of humanity, from the minds of all humanity. So our collaboration together, what the people have been finding, the non-native people, the native people, is that our lives are enriched because what we have to offer is an organizational process, a structure, a social structure of how to bring people together, their hearts and minds, and extract that into a physical manifestation into the world. Something where your emotion, your feeling, what you can sense is happening, but maybe you cannot articulate it. Because maybe you don't have all the, let's say, all the information about a specific thing. Because everything is so broken up and compartmentalized that now there's like too much information, too much bits of information for any one person to be able to put together. But through the process of what the Ganyangahaga people have, Gayanarasadaskanagoa, this is the great law of peace. This is what the United States based their constitution on. This is what the people in the United States have forgotten, that you are not the experts in freedom. You got your freedom from us, but you have done a lot of bad things to that freedom. You've messed it up. So what you need is to come back to the origins of that freedom. You need to come back to the Ganyangahaga people of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy who gave you your freedom. Don't forget, the people in those 13 colonies, they wanted freedom. They couldn't get it on their own. They had to come to the people of the Five Nations. And the people of the Five Nations were spread out all throughout the eastern seaboard of Turtle Island. And one of our strongest, let's say, powers or elements, nations, were the Tuscarora. Now, the Tuscarora, they're in around South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, all through there, you know. They were and still are known as the people of the hemp. As the people of the hemp, they brought to us, all the native people here, the sacred gift of what hemp brought to us. And this is why when the non-native people came here, you don't hear about this in your history, but we had nicer shirts than you did because our people had the best, the strongest hemp here that was grown in the best place to grow hemp on earth, which is that temperate zone around South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. You know, that temperate zone in there, very special. As you know, they eradicated the hemp from there to then plant tobacco. So they took something that was good and they planted something bad there. And as you know, that even just living around tobacco gives people cancer. You know, if you remember, what's his name there, Al Gore, he went around the world talking about the environment. And in that, he identified where he grew up and that his sister, because of where they lived in the tobacco, that his sister ended up getting cancer from that. So they took something good, which was hemp, purifying the land. And when you have a huge body of hemp, it's like a heat sink. It has like its healing power exponentializes into not just the world around us, but then just like we seen the fires of Texas just recently, you know, the smoke and everything and how that heat even affected us here in the Northeast. Well, when you got a huge heat sink of hemp, the same thing. That power leaves in mass from the earth and rises in the earth's in the jet stream, and then that is spread around. So it's just like you know that people complain about pollen season. Where does that come from? Well, comes from whatever different things are growing. So imagine the same thing with hemp. All the healing powers leaving that hemp and just being spread around the earth. Now, this is something that works on the psychological level, because if you don't know this, well, don't believe me what I'm saying, but of course, prove it to be wrong. The human mind, the human brain has trillions of cells that are identified as cannabinoid receptors. Now, these are in our brain. It's not that we manufactured them after we were born and we put them in there. No, they're in our brain the same way that for women, for the life givers, that they are born with all their eggs. It's in them. So specifically, men have cannabinoid receptors in their brains. Let's see, why would that be? Could it be because men are just so warring that they're so, we look at what men have done in this world. Okay, male dominance, that needs to be subdued. A male dominant person is hyper violent, hyper oppressive, you know, who knows what's going on in their psyche. You know, cannabinoid receptors, if they're activated, what it does to that person, it will tone them down. It will make them acceptable. It will even make a male dominant person that a life giver is afraid of, it will even make that male acceptable, you know, where they can get along in society. So anyways, hemp also has this ability. Of course, hemp is more for the material. It's more for the those physical properties like that, not the same as the cannabis, but it still has the same healing effects. it still has the same calming effects on people, just not the psychotropic effect, you know.
Yeah, the psychoactive.
Yeah. So it's with this agenda, we came together discussing this now for the past 3 years. We've been talking with the two-row Wampum working group, and we concluded, I think it was about 4 or 5 months ago. Right? Yeah, it's about 4 or 5 months ago. We concluded through these online Zooms that we've been doing of the hemp unity agenda. So, like we said, it's people all around the world who were looking to heal and really didn't know what to do. And you know, when most people look at it, they look at the world and they say, well, I'm just one person. What can I do? I'm so small. Well, the reality is, this is how people defeat themselves before they even get started, because the reality is that only one person is going to change things. It's not 7 billion people. What do we see them doing? Are they going to change things all at once? 7 billion going to go like that? It's not happening, because collectively something happens to people when they are in democracy. When they're in democracy, what happens to people is, given the circumstances of depletion, which democracy does, it will get to the certain point of where the people will turn into the same as sharks in a feeding frenzy. They will feed upon themselves, feed upon each other, destroy each other. And so the hemp unity also counteracts that by bringing people together. It brought us together to talk about the good things. What are we going to do to heal Mother Earth? What can I do? You know, it started like that. One person saying, what can I do? So from that one person, we gathered the minds, and then the other person saying, oh, I can do this. And the other person saying hemp. And then the other person saying seeds. And then the other person saying, let's get seeds. Till we got the hemp seeds. So we ordered 200 kilograms of hemp seeds, and we're giving them out free to anybody who wants them. Anybody who wants to plant hemp. Of course, if you're in the area where we're in Ganawagi. This is 15 minutes south of Montreal. Of course, if you're in the area, it's better. But there is people, like we said, around the world who are requesting it, who we're still in the process of mailing the seeds out. There's people in Ecuador, native people who we've been in online Zooms with, who have requested seeds from us because in their country, they can't get them. And they want to plant the hemp, but there's issues on the ground there that prevent it. So we're sending the hemp seeds to different places all around the world. We got friends in Belgium that we're sending hemp seeds to them, friends in British Columbia, people here just right next door from Chateauguay, the surrounding community right next door to us stopped in this afternoon to pick up a bunch of hemp seeds. We give out bags like this, and we say that if people want more, it depends on you. We'll give you as much as you want. There was one person who is on a farm in right near Ormstown. It's not far from the American border. He wanted to plant hemp for a deer fence. So he came and he got 25 pounds off of us. And what he's doing is they're going to harvest it and they're going to give us back all the material. And from there, we process the material. And we have already done some processing of this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you.
Of course.
So
I've been telling people about hemp and hemp seeds, and I've always said hemp can heal the world. So this is so in alignment with me and what I'm all about.
we had a workshop here in the fall time where it's the first time that we had any It's the first time we went in this area with him. So what we found out is what the materials that you can make this brick, and you see it's got a this ridge here, and it's on both sides, and then underneath there's a groove. So they're bricks that you can stack one on top of each other that you can interlock. It took us for this one brick, maybe not even 20 minutes to make this. And so and it's almost instantaneously usable. You know, like it's already practical. You put it in your wall. It's already ready. You know, it doesn't have to. It does have to dry, but it doesn't make any difference as to the strength of it or anything. And as you know, it's never going to burn. It won't burn. So think of this. We just mentioned about the fires in Texas. Think of the fires in California. Now, $1 million homes. Just think of what's burning inside of those $1 million homes. Think of all the toxins, because you know those $1 million homes are not built with good eco-friendly material. You know, you just think of the insulation in those buildings. That burning. Now just think all the fires around the country, all the homes that have been burning recently, all the toxins that are being released, and of course, on top of that, the trees that are burning. So less oxygen because more trees burning, more smoke in the air. Things are getting worse and worse. So emergency maneuvers is where we're at right now. We are on the Titanic about to hit the iceberg. We may be in the bottom of the Titanic. We may be the only people aware that we're about to hit that iceberg. We must do something. We must make everyone else on the Titanic aware, or if they're just too stuck in their craziness, then we have to get to that control room. And we have to steer that ship away from hitting that Titanic. This means it's called right now, there is a call out to everyone on Earth to come to save our Mother Earth. This is the call to you, to everyone. We put this emergency call out in 2009 at the spring equinox. We had identified at that time that the health of our Mother Earth had now reached emergency status, meaning our Mother Earth was on the gurney in the hospital, in the emergency room, dying, and no one was attending to her. Not a single doctor, not a nurse, and through COVID, they wouldn't even let us in to visit our mother. So she was there dying all by herself. What are we doing? We're not waiting for a corporation. We're not waiting for a government. We're waiting for us to wake up. And so how long can you wait for you to wake up? And I don't mean you personally, I'm talking about everybody, meaning everybody is already awake. They already got all good ideas, but what is everybody doing? They are unable to come together to put their good thoughts into any collective collaborative effort. And the thing that is actually, in fact, stopping this is democracy. It's stopping it because democracy is the thing that is fueling this. It's democracy that has given all the permits for all the things that are destructive, to kill, to destroy. This is what we must come to our senses about, is that it's not anyone else or anything else that's doing this to our Mother Earth. It's us. So when we arrive at that, say, weight on our shoulders, when we can conclude that it's us, it's our fault, then from there, the individual can start to do something about it. And this is what we've done. We said, no, I am not going to sit back and let my Mother Earth die. Because what I told you about in 2009, in the Longhouse, which I was born and raised in, I live by the cyclical ceremonies of our Mother Earth, by the 13 moon cycles. And so I have to carry out the ceremonies. I have to sing the songs. I have to carry out the orations. And in there, in 2008, from 2008 to 2009, I stopped doing the ceremonies. And I told the people, after 1 year, we called them back and says, I am not going to carry out one more ceremony. It is ridiculous. Why would I give thanks for that tree while I'm standing in a building saying thanks for that tree while somebody's out there cutting that tree down? That makes no sense. And so what we said to our house, that the only way we are going to continue our ceremonies and continue is if we agreed collectively to work 100% in the defense of our Mother Earth. And so at the spring equinox of 2009, we had made the statement to the world. I made the statement on behalf of our house. So it's more real in my mind that you no longer have time to go back to school. You don't have time to go back to work. You don't have time to go on vacation. You ain't got time to go lay on the beach because while you are, our Mother Earth is being destroyed. We don't have time for anything else except for every individual on our Mother Earth to focus 100% of our healing power. And this means we must pull our minds out of the darkness of all the corruption that we are in. Who knows what corruption we're in? Because while you're in it, you're so close to the flashpoint, the individual doesn't know what they are doing. They cannot see the far-reaching consequences of their actions. But there is a fact that, as you know, you probably heard this when you were younger, and you probably already said this at some point in your life. Things were better when I was younger. I heard elders say this. Things were better when I was younger. And each successive generation is saying this. This means that things are continuously getting worse and worse. Things are not getting better. This, again, brings us to a state of realization where, as human beings, that, again, we must pull our heads out of the darkness. What has our heads in the darkness? What has happened to humanity? Now, where we're at, this isn't where the thing happened. This is the end result of it. The thing happened back there. It's like if you're driving on a highway and you get a blowout, well, you're not going to stop right there where you got a blowout. It's going to be down the road. Your tire's going to flop off and maybe whatever and go off to the side of the road. So what happened to humanity to get us to where we're at now? What is it that was done? Can anybody put their finger on it? Does anybody know? Hemp has always been a very crucial part of human existence. I don't care if you're here in our hemisphere, Turtle Island, or if you're in Europe or the other side of the world. Hemp was always a crucial part of our existence. How did it change? When did it stop? Who stopped it? How did they stop it? And why did they stop? When we answer those questions, then we will see a culprit, because the answer to all of those questions is democracy. It's democracy that stopped hemp. It's democracy that stopped it for a reason, to change it, to alter, to remove that and to put plastics in its place. So things that we have to, in order for us to get to the point of where we can do collective healing as humans, what we are here for, to live conducively with our Mother Earth. To be able to do this, the human must be able to interact with other humans in the good way. Right now, everybody, as you know, is interacting in the bad way. It's all war. And right now, you know it, we're being polarized by one war or the other. You know, if it's not one war, if it's not fashionable enough for us, well, we'll go to that other war. It's more fashionable over there, and we'll take a side over there. And this is what's happening. And now, if it wasn't enough about the Ukraine, well, we know it's been happening for 50 years now in Israel, and we just look at how it's brewing up again. Well, if we're not happy with those ones now, if you want to change the scenery, well, you can just shift over to South America, where aggression, wars, this is what humans seem to be more comfortable with. I, for one, do not understand the European. I cannot comprehend, and I know that my ancestors could not comprehend the European. Just as much as my ancestors couldn't, I still cannot today. Now, this is something that if there was a reason to say, well, like there's no reason for me to say that, or like if anybody can, say there's no reason for me to say that, then there would be no legitimacy to that claim. But I think everybody knows that there's legitimacy to this claim here. Something has happened. Something has happened to the European.
Well, people are under a spell. There's only a way to explain this insanity that we're all experiencing. They're under this spell, and it's been really solidified by the pharmaceutical indoctrination, the spell, the sorcery, the black magic that comes from all of their poisons that they're giving people. And I wanted to ask you, do you think that oil is the earth's blood? Because I believe a lot of the problems that we're experiencing now is because they started pulling oil out of the ground and then burning it into the air, and then making the plastics, making the pesticides, making the poisons, making the pharmaceuticals. It all stems from them pulling the earth's blood out of the earth. And that's, to me, this is what I believe it is. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts on what oil is.
Oil, uranium, all the things that are in the earth, they are, to some degree, they're kind of like toxic or dangerous to us. Even oil, it's not something that we could have on us or in us. We can't drink it and put it on us, Anyways, anything that is from within the earth, of course, when you're putting down layer after layer each year and the earth is growing, then you're taking out a layer. It's almost like, what's that game? With all the wood.
Jenga.
Jenga. It's almost like playing that. Okay, you got every year you're putting on the pile of wood, which is each year the next layer of life, next layer of life. Anybody looks at the Grand Canyon, you can see that. So who's going to go and dig down 50 layers and pull that life out of there, knowing that all the life on top of it could collapse? This is because our minds are locked into, as a result of religion, our minds are locked into believing that we exist only for what, 60 to 80 years that we're alive in this world. And so our perceptions are locked into just that little bit of time. What is that? 60 or 70 years. Can you even observe anything on the earth by just looking at a 60 or 70 year period of time? In our time, we think we can observe, but if we could see over the expanse of 500 years, you will realize that that thing that we observed over here in 60 or 70 years, that it's really minuscule. It's really minute. It really doesn't add up to much. But if we are conducive, then that thing will add up to, will be conducive with all creation. It will exponentialize creation. Just as a beautiful woman goes anywhere, she brightens up the day. She makes everybody's life happy, and this is what our mother does for us. Our mother makes us happy. And this is something that we have to always remember, that you, myself, do not forget where we come from. We are our mother's little boy. No matter how old you get, I'll be 100 years old. My mother will be dead for 80 years, 30 years. No matter what, I'm always going to be her little boy. And so as her little boy, you got to remember what your number one priority is to make your mother happy. This is our number one priority. Are we making our mother happy? This is what we must consider. I heard you say something about the witchcraft. This is a reality as what has been cast over the minds, hearts of the people, a great darkness. So what is it? People can say, oh yeah, there's something that has happened to us. Identify it. What is the root? So that when somebody sees it, they can see, like you see a mosquito, you know it's a mosquito. You slap it, you get rid of it. What is the source here of this witchcraft that has been cast over everyone on earth? Is religion. Because religion alters the reality of creation completely, turns it diametrically opposite to what it is, because it turns creation from being a life-giving force, which is mother, and it turns it into male. And when you turn it in love into male, you're turning love into war. And this is the reason why we're at war, because religions, ever since people have gotten religions and become civilized, they've been at war. This is what they consider to be civilized. When you have the ability to be able to wage war on your brother. And the only thing that gives a brother the power or the belief to wage war is their belief in God. My God tells me to do this to you. My God tells me that I'm the chosen one. My God tells me that you're the not chosen one, that you're the one that I gotta fix. This is what God has done to this world. And so God, on this journey of what is it now, maybe 3,000-4,000 years since God has been around, and look what God has done in this world. Ever since God has been around, he's caused all the people who believe in him to be at war constantly. Look at this right now, like we mentioned earlier about just this thing in Israel. What's happening there? What is the constant there, you know? Oh, okay, this is supposed to be God's country. Is this where God put the chosen people, or God comes from that place? Well, if that's where God comes from, who the hell wants to be there? Because it's always war. If God then is identified as being there, I sure as hell don't want to go there. I want to go where there's peace. And you are not going to find peace where there's God. You will find peace where there is reality, where there is truth. And the only place there is truth, I'll say, left on this earth, is for the non-native people. You have to get engaged in a two-row wampum relationship with the native people, because this is the only access to truth you have left now. And the native people may be just almost lost from truth themselves. We must get together to save each other. The non-native people almost killed us off. You know this, genocided upon us. We're not big crybabies. We're not here saying, hey, you people, you who killed us or trying to genocide on us, go home. We're not telling you this. You know what we're telling you? We're saying we have to save each other. I know that I have to save the non-native people because I know they cannot do it themselves. They have too many restrictions in their mind because of God, too many restrictions physically because of the democracy they created. It's almost like the equivalent of now a woman who's abused and beaten, a beaten down relationship, the husband telling her, no, you can't divorce me. This is the state of what democracy has locked everybody into. We see it in what's going on right now with NATO in relation to what's happening with Russia. Because the advancement the advancement of NATO, the relentless advancement of warmongers is going to cause a reaction. How long before we wait, before we react as this thing that we see advancing upon us collectively as humans? So what we say is to understand, to be able to pull the veil off of one's eyes, to be able to pinpoint the witchcraft. Now, I'll tell you that since 1946, this is when the great witchcraft has been done upon everyone on earth. Of course, there is other ones since then and other ones before that. There was a great witchcraft in order to get all the Europeans to leave their home. You'll never get me to leave my home. I would be crazy. Who leaves their home? Nobody leaves their home. But there was a witchcraft that was done to the Europeans. The only reason why anybody would want to leave their home is because it was insane in their home. And that was the home of the European, because the warmongers who believed in God, always waging wars from crusades right up until now, what's happening in Israel, it's still the crusade. It hasn't ended. People just want to say now it's the Israelis and Palestinians. It's a crusade. What is it any different than the crusades of a bunch of Europeans 1,000 years ago trying to go over there and do what they want to do? What's the difference then today? Having the same bunch of Europeans still in the same place, still trying to do the same thing to the people who actually belong there. So we see these behaviors that are in the human mind. This is the problem in the world. It's not a polluted river. It's not fossil fuel burning engines. This is not the problem. The problem is here in the minds of people. The people who conceive of such corruptions, the people who conceive of such governmental corruptions that put laws into place to allow rapists to walk free. Because this is the world we're in now. It's never been safe for women in the first place in the non-native world. But now you're in that world where rapists are ruling the roost. This is the way that it is now. So it's not safe for women. And if it ain't safe for women, it ain't safe for children. If it ain't safe for women and children, where are we? We're in a place where we better get the hell out of there. And if we can't get the hell out of there, then we better get whatever is not safe. We better get that stuff the hell out of here. So this means we must organize. We must come together. Not just the native people, the non-native and the native people must come together, because this is what is the missing link. When we think of the two hemispheres of the brain to have male dominance, one side of the brain has to cancel out the other side of the brain. So this, to cancel it out, how it works is that, of course, a thought has to start from one side of the brain and go to the other. And then it comes back to conclude. But what male dominance does is cancels out the other side. And so it has to send a message and it has to get an answer. So male dominance has, just like a dog chasing its tail around in circles in its one side of the brain, to answer itself. And this is democracy. Democracy is a state of it's a self-inflicted state of schizophrenia. The society becomes schizophrenic. This is the reality. Look at the United States. You have people screaming up and down for peace, while at the other end of the spectrum, you have the biggest warmongers that have ever lived. You have people who are saying, let's save the environment, and then everybody working to destroy the environment through the stock market. But they're all good people. They go to work 40 hours a week and they want to be good to the environment, but then they say, oh, we need some money, let's invest some money in the stock market. There goes all of their good efforts, because any money in the stock market is going part and parcel right now to the colonization of our grandmother moon, the industrialization, the capitalization, commodification of our grandmother moon. Everybody is part and parcel to this, the same way that everybody in Europe in 1491 was all part and parcel of the hype of we're all going to colonize. Right now, the whole earth is in this hype, not realizing how they got there. In 2008, the contrived recession, it contrived, it wasn't anything natural. This was a money grab. So ever since then, you look at what has happened to people that all world leaders are saying, we got to look at ways to boost the economy. Boost the economy means destroy the earth. When scientists are warning us that we have now 5 years, 50-50 chance in which this will happen, and we're still talking about boosting the economy. This shows you how much a state of schizophrenia democracy is. Now, if you think schizophrenia is a good thing, I don't know. I know that schizophrenia is a psychological disorder. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. Anyone who's in a state of schizophrenia could be of harm to themselves and to others. It's always dangerous around them. It's never safe. And so this is the reality of what all democracies are. But democracies are a derivative of the Catholic Church. It comes straight out of there. When you look at, like, say, what got George Bush in instead of Al Gore, it was the college of the Electoral College. Well, this is the same thing that they got in the Catholic Church. It's their College of Cardinals. All the other ones underneath them, they could all vote. Big deal. What does it mean? Doesn't mean nothing. Changes as soon as those ones on the top, what they say. So it tells you democracy is not what you think it is. So if it's not what you think it is, and it's pulling the wool over everybody's eyes, this is the witchcraft. Democracy is the witchcraft. Now, if you're in democracy, you're not going to buy that. You're not going to believe it, because for some reason, everybody thinks that democracy is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Why?
Stockholm syndrome.
Exactly. We are all loving the thing that is killing us. This is crazy. That means Stockholm syndrome also is on the same level then. And here, work with me here. It's on the same level as addiction. Because the person who's addicted will stay with the thing that is killing them. Stockholm syndrome will stay with the person that's killing them. So here's a connection we just made then. Stockholm syndrome, we know, of course, it's a bad thing. And you think of somebody who's maybe like a jailer and who's got somebody captive. Addiction, you don't really think of that so much, but it is the same thing, right? The person who's addicted is captive. They're not free. Even their mind no longer is free to think. Well, everybody in democracy is addicted. Addicted to the thing that you started off talking about, to oil, for plastics, which has taken the place of this hemp. We're addicted to the poison, and the good thing is right there at our fingertips. How crazy is that? What is happening for us not to be able to see this? Well, for us, I'll tell you that all Native people can see it. The non-Native people, they can't see what they're doing. There's something that has, like we said, that has happened to you, and we know what it is. It's religion. It's the democracy. What you have today is you think you're in democracy and you have this capitalism, but people are not realizing that you put those two together. It's not democracy, and it's no longer capitalism. It's democratitalism. Because in order for capitalism to have its free reign the way that it does, we know that democracy adjusts all its laws to give capitalism the freedom, to the point of where if you owned land, you know that the land underneath you is accessible to any mining company. They can come along and access 1 foot underneath your topsoil. Any mining company can do that, and they don't have to go on to your land. Now the technology is there. So capitalism is doing that, protecting democracy is doing that, protecting capitalism. We have put laws into, well, not we, but the non-native, put laws into place to protect the murderer. Democracy is protecting murderers. I mean, you look at just what in the non-native world, this is another thing that I can't comprehend about non-native people. They hold this guy up with such high esteem. His the guy with the crazy gray hair, Albert Einstein. Everybody holds him up so high, like as if he was God to them or something. What did he do? He created the atomic bomb, and he lied to everybody while he was doing it. He was saying that, oh, it's free energy, it's going to be good for everybody, when he was an outright liar. He was working for the US military, knowing he was working to develop, maybe not himself specifically on a bomb, but he was developing the equation that would create the bomb. Oppenheimer, all he had to do is just take all the groundwork that he done and just put it in, turn the switch on. So he had
They stole all the technology, the free energy stuff from Tesla, and then they crushed him, and then they passed off all whatever technologies they wanted to release that they got from him, as Albert Einstein did. He was one of the biggest frauds in history.
When you look at when, I think it was just about in the last 6 to 8 months, maybe even a little less than this. You might know what I'm talking about here. It came out in the news about that scientists have to revisit the laws of physics because there was a flaw in E equals MC squared. Now, 100 years later, to say there was a flaw, anybody could have said there was a fundamental flaw even before they got off the ground with that thing, because knowing that you are splitting an atom, this is what we identify. It's like an argument between two people of you come to my house and I'm saying, hey, look at it, there's a bunny rabbit in my backyard, and you're denying it, and like to prove it or whatever, they got to cut that bunny rabbit in half to prove that it's a bunny rabbit. Well, for us, we know it's a bunny rabbit. We work with that living life force. We call it Sawoyerda. This is what right here, I can see it flowing from this hand to this hand. I can see it flowing from there to my head, to every part of my body. Sawoyerda. It's the living life force between all things. Now,
Ether.
yeah. For out here externally, it might be hard for us to maybe comprehend that, but if we look inside of our own body, we know there's the living life force right in between all things. In between the cells in my pinky finger, there's the living life force that holds them, binds them all together. So we identify that Sawoyerda, this living life force, that it, of course, as it is the root, the foundation of us, then us, we are of it. And then if we are of it, we are made of it, then that means that every part of it, of Sawoyerda, of the life force, is able to be impacted by us, touched by us, communicated with by us, communicated with, affected in every way. So this means that every single little action that we take, the littlest thing that the person is every day walking like a razor's edge. How many people in the non-native society are walking that razor's edge? I'll say none. Where for me, every day, here in so-called Canada, where I am, they say the golden boy Justin Trudeau, he says that so-called Canada is a country of laws. Oh yeah, wow. I look around and I see so-called Canadians, they don't have any laws because they're allowed to do anything that they want. They can cut down all the trees. They can dig up and destroy all the land. They can destroy the water, consciously polluting the water. Can I do that? No, I can't. It's against the law for me. The non-native people are lawless. You said they have created laws to tie their hands from being able to protect the very things that they're destroying, which means the laws that they create only give them freedom to destroy. You do not have the freedom to save anything. Try to save something. Let's say, okay, let's look in Florida, right? In the last couple of years, go try and save a homeless person by trying to feed them. What's going to happen to you? You're going to get arrested.
They made it against the law.
Right. Go try to, and where is it now? Australia. Try to plant food. Try to plant your own garden.
They made it against the law to plant food in Australia, to grow your own food.
Isn't that crazy?
I never heard of such insane things in my life.
Well, let me tell you something else insane here, that you would think that if you heard this right next to you, that you might do something about it. 2 years ago here, there's a town called Sherbrooke. It's about an hour and a half south of Montreal. It's about an hour and a half southeast of me. Oh, in this place, Sherbrooke, 2 years ago, they passed a law saying that you cannot call down a politician. Any city workers, you cannot call them down. Punishable by a fine up to $300. Now, when this came out, I heard about it. And as soon as I heard about it, I said, what? You can't do that. Anyways, we do these Zooms sessions every Wednesday night. We talk with a lot of people, you know, around the world and stuff. And I brought this out to the people and I said, hey, the non-native people are creating an illegal law in Sherbrooke. And I told everybody this, and I said, you better do something about it. Because the fact is that once a law is put into place, let's say you're in the United States, a law is put into place in one tiny little town in California, well, you're in upstate New York and you might be thinking, won't even be thinking about it. But you wouldn't even know. If it applies in California, it applies in New York State. So this law that was made in Sherbrooke, it was punishable, like I said, by a fine up to $300. And they said that it's not a criminal thing, but if you don't pay your $300 fine, then the cops will come in and arrest you. And you can get thrown in jail until you pay your fine. So, hey, it is a criminal offense to do what? If a city worker in Sherbrooke came and let's say they were cutting the trees and a branch fell on your side of the property and maybe busted your garbage can, and you said to that guy, hey, you stupid dummy, ooh, if he wanted to, have you charged, fined $300. And of course, you're gonna say, who's this guy saying this to me? I ain't paying. And then 6 months later, the police will be knocking on your door. And they'll come and tell you, if you don't pay, you're going to jail. Then you're going to jail. And you're criminalized for what? For calling a politician what he deserves to be called?
A dirtbag.
Even worse than that. I can think of a whole bunch of words that are better worse than that. But this is, like I said, the craziness that we're seeing around, it's incremental. Like, remember when the tsunami hit and it went out slow and people were looking at the bottom of the ocean, they're saying, wow, look at this. And they're walking around and they go out further and further until they get covered over by what they're not paying attention to. And so the people didn't pay attention here. So when you consider like what people in the United States won't like to hear this, but you never got out from under British rule. Still under British rule. You know, even though you had this, he's killed a bunch of people, you know, killed each other to say, hey, we're no longer a part of each other, but actually it's all the same people. Imagine like this, they all kill each other, but it's all the same people. Why do those people kill each other? They're killing off a memory, a thought. It's how a society devolves. Kill off which the good people, because the good people are the ones that were saying, down with gambling, you know, when there was saloons and gambling all over the place. And it was the good people that were getting killed. And now we have casinos all over the place. If we compared today, say a good person of say like 100 years ago, when, you know, like in like Western days, that there was a lot of people who were against gambling. How many people, imagine, would have been protesting against gambling back then? How many people would be protesting today? You won't even see that. You won't even hear that. Anybody protesting against it. It's the slow acclimatization to the poison. They've been giving us poison slowly but surely, you know, that I forget the name of the poison, but I guess you can do this with any poison. Just give incremental doses until until the person gets accustomed to it.
Yeah, they've been doing the fluoride in the water. They've been spraying the chemicals in the air. They've been doing the glyphosate and for the pesticides into the soil, poisoning the soil, poisoning the food, the preservatives. They've got poison in the preservatives. So basically, if you breathe, you eat, you know, you even like, you know, go outside and enjoy some exercise. We're being poisoned, bombarded by poison in every single direction in our current psychotic system that we're living in.
Let me tell you something. We're in 2022. 30 years ago, well, almost 30 years ago, let's see, 1994. What is that? 27 years? Okay, so almost 30 years ago, I was editor of a small newsletter here in Ganawagi for the Longhouse. It was called the Eagle's Cry. And I had seen something on the news at that time on the McNeil Lear report. I didn't see it on the mainstream news. It was the head of the EPA was a woman at the time. Her name was Nancy M. Browner, I think, I hope I recall correctly. Anyways, she was on the news. It's a woman, of course. It's not a man saying this. A woman saying she was talking about the state of the water table, the water table of North America. And she had said that there is cause for concern back in 1993. Okay, what is that? These are simple little words, cause for concern. Not many people are going to be concerned about that. Okay, what is the cause for concern about the water table? Oh, when the head of the EPA says that, and when it's a woman saying that, not a man. So I wrote to the EPA and I asked for the study that they done anyways. They sent me the study. And so I incorporated in our newsletter at the time as to what the state was, what everybody already knew in 1993, Everybody in the so-called United States knew this. The water table was poisoned. And in this study, they gave all the contributing
Credits.
factors, all the different types of heavy metals and this and that. And of course, it's the biggest polluters. Nobody would think about it, but the biggest polluters today are farmers. You would think that they're the most conducive to the environment. No way. Farmers are now the biggest polluters because of, as you know, all the different steroids and chemicals, everything.
Yeah, so 90% of the pharmaceuticals sold in the world get injected into animals. So they're injecting, weight gainers, steroids, hormones. And then, the amount of pesticides that they're spraying, it's actually poisoning the ground. And, before they made hemp illegal in the 30s, farmers used to farm their land in 4 quarters. So every 1 quarter, they planted hemp into it. So that way the hemp would actually regenerate the nutrients into the soil. So then 1 quarter they planted hemp, the next year this quarter, the next year this quarter. So that way they didn't over farm the land. Now they're not doing that. They're just spraying. The nutrients have been depleted. People believe that they're eating this, healthy fruits and vegetables that's coming from very low nutrient soil. So we're not getting the nutrients that we need. We're in a state of mass poisoning. They're poisoning everything. And that's one of the biggest factors that we're all facing today is we're being systematically poisoned in every single way. Because I'm not sure if you've ever seen the movie Terminator, the very first one at the very beginning, where they got those machines and everything is a wasteland. It looks like that's what they're trying to create here, destroy all life so they can have a synthetic, transhumanized, machine dominated state with no more life here on Earth. And that's the way we're headed if we don't stop them.
Well, the GMOing of all the corn, of all the seeds that we need to survive is what's being done to the earth. The earth is a seed. Mother Earth is being GMO'd through the plastics. When you think of the plastics that are there, now we know there's a lot of plastics in the ocean. Okay, so right now we can see a lot, but we're not seeing the maximum potential of the plastics in the ocean. What it's going to be is that if you got a droplet of water here, droplet of water here, you're going to have plastics in between every droplet of water in the entire ocean. All the water on Earth will be separated from each other. Now, it's not here right now, but when we look at just from where plastic started in the 1940s or 50s to where we are now, we can see a trajectory. It's like I'm pulling my bow and arrow, and where my 2 hands align, that means the arrow is going in that direction. So it's telling us where it's going. All waters are going to be separate from each other. When this happens, reanimation process ceases completely. It doesn't happen anymore. Now, is that possible? To stop an entire planet from its reanimation process? You can, as we're seeing, just 200 years of industrial revolution, and not even 200 years. It's
120 years, probably.
Yeah. So 120 years of industrial revolution in, depending who you talk to, say a 14 billion year history, in just 120 years. It's not even enough space of like a thickness of a hair. In just 120 years to the level of destruction we've caused now, it's easy to see where it's going. Yes, we can shut down the mechanics of the body of our Mother Earth, preventing her from reanimating. How do we shut it down? Well, like what we started talking about earlier, of how, oh wait, I don't know if I talked about that with you earlier, about how when people get older, that their knees start to stiffen up, and people need to get knee replacements, that this is what's happening to us, that we're pushing her to the brink of where either her bones, the internal, everything, is becoming so brittle that it will break, or else it's becoming so solidified that it can't move. Just like when our arteries harden. But this thing that I was saying about the EPA study of 1993, the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because at the time they identified that every time the space shuttle takes off, that it's the equivalent of the destruction of the lifetime of 75,000 Freon gas refrigerators. How long is the lifetime of a Freon gas refrigerator? I remember back in the day when I was a kid, well, those refrigerators would last a long time. But anyways, one space shuttle causing that kind of damage to the ozone. Now let's look just a couple of years ago at the Falcon 9. When it left from Vandenberg Air Force Base and went directly south, Vandenberg off of, just north of LA, off of the West Coast, California, it flew directly south. Why would a rocket fly south? Because everybody knows that if you're going to send a rocket off of the Earth into space, well, you need the inertia of our Mother Earth. They go with the gravitational force. If you're going directly south, you're not going with the gravitational force. You're not going with inertia. Something happened there. Everybody's seen the crazy exhaust, coming from the Falcon 9. It looked like it consumed the spacecraft, and it even looked like things were coming out and floating around inside there. It looked like an organism, like a cell, like a single cell amoeba.
Amoeba, yeah.
Anyways, since that time, what we here detected was that it ripped a hole in, I won't say the ozone or whatever layer, but it ripped a hole in the Earth's atmosphere, approximately, I'd say it's about 100 to 200 miles off of the coast of Mexico and the tip of Baja California, maybe about 200 to 300 miles south of that. It ripped a hole somewhere there in the atmosphere, and what we seen immediately, and anybody can go back and check out the weather patterns on this. What we seen immediately, I think it was within either the next day or 2 days afterwards, immediately a super cold front was coming from California, Mexico, sustained. Now you can't have, where's a sustained cold front coming from in Mexico? There's no glaciers there, there's no big refrigerator there where there's a cold front coming from. So the only thing that we concluded is that there was a hole ripped. And what we have been seeing ever since, even up until the weather patterns of what's coming this weekend again, where they're getting a super heat wave on the East Coast, we see that weather pattern, the same one that brought the smoke from the fires of Texas, coming from Mexico, right from that place still, and it's bringing the crazy weather patterns. So is it possible, when the Earth is constantly spinning around, to rip a hole in her and in her atmosphere, and it stays just in one place? Is that possible? Well, maybe there is a different level of atmosphere that we don't see, that we're not aware of. And all we have to do is think about our own layers of skin, because that's like our atmosphere. But our outer atmosphere goes first, of course, to where our hairs, can feel, can sense something. But then even beyond that, our outer atmosphere is where we can sense things, where we, like when you sense that thing behind you, like You know, there's somebody.
Sixth sense.
Yeah. And then our atmosphere goes even further beyond that to what we can visually see. But our visual spectrum that's available to for us to be visible, it's not as clear to us as, you know, like scientists use all kind of different filters to see things that aren't there. I mean, that our naked eye cannot see, cannot pick it up. So there are things here within our body that we cannot see, that we cannot detect. And if you ever skinned a deer, you look at the what is that stuff called again? Fascia. The stuff in between that holds, like the sac that holds each muscle or each piece of flesh or something, you know, like I said, if you ever cleaned a deer, you'll see like on here, the muscles, like right here might be one separate muscle that has this like thin membrane, a fascia on it that keeps it held together in its own little atmosphere. So we have this on many different layers to hold our body together, to hold us together within the creation that we're in. So there is on a level of connectedness that is almost, if you could imagine, like a steel pole off of the earth rising right to the earth's atmosphere. Now just imagine that steel pole there and the earth spinning around. So the wind is directly connected to that specific part of the earth. That wind right there is, you could say it's like intrinsic there. It's designed by whatever's there, that little part of the earth. Like imagine the Grand Canyon. If there's wind coming, you know the Grand Canyon affects that wind. You know what a mountain does, you know, trees do, you know what desert does. So every condition, every physical condition is affected by that invisible stuff that we cannot see. So just imagine there, like I said, that there's like a steel pole or pipe on the earth solid as she's spinning. And she's spinning through all of this, but for her, it's not like an intrusive thing like a steel pole. It's her living life force. It's like what allows atoms like seemingly to pass through each other without ever harming each other. And how they say, like even galaxies. Look at that big giant galaxy. You could pass right through another one, and stuff within that galaxy will never touch the other one. So we know that there is this reality in the larger levels that we see. So there is also, we can extrapolate that to here on our Mother Earth to the levels of which we cannot see. Now, this is going to be something, like I said, it's don't believe anything that I say, but anybody can go and examine, did these weather patterns start right after the Falcon 9 spacecraft took off? I'll challenge anybody. Go and check it out, and you'll see. It started right after that. And guaranteed, for us, we see it coming all the time now. And we're even referring to it now as that's the whole over Mexico. That's the cause of when we're getting this crazy cold weather. 2 days ago, we're like 90 degrees here. And then 2 days later, we got to have the fire on inside. It's so crazy. When that happens to you, what does that mean? When you're super hot and then you're cold?
Unstable.
Means you're sick. Means you got a fever. You got the cold sweats, you know, like doesn't matter how much you be covered up, you still be freezing. And then all of a sudden you're boiling and you want to take it all off. Doesn't matter how much you got off, you're still boiling. We cannot get to that comfort zone under the conditions that we are in. We have created it as such that as humans, we cannot have a good dream anymore. All we can have now is a bad dream.
Nightmare.
I don't want to have a bad dream. My mother taught me, raised me to have a good dream, to affect the good dream into the world. So I know, and you know, that the only way that we're going to get out of this bad dream and get to the good dream is by working together. It's the only way. And now when you hear this, let's say somebody in Australia hears that. Not good example. Let's say somebody in Yugoslavia hears, we got to work together. Okay, they think of the people in Yugoslavia working together, or they'll think of Europeans working together. When I say working together, what we have to work together is those who have positioned themselves as polar opposites. Now, there is only one people on earth that have positioned themselves as polar opposites to everything else on earth. And so what needs to be done right now is we just developed, or we're in the process of developing a program that is going to consist of different groups that we work with, like the Sea Shepherd organization. There's that. Can you give me that big book there? That big book. There's a guy that came to us last week. He's a world famous mountaineer. I didn't know this, and after I found out, I was really shocked who was sitting here with me, talking with me. Anyways, he's subject of this book. He's a world famous mountaineer. He's climbed the 10 highest peaks on earth, more than 10 times each. He has a program that he wants to do to start bringing native youth and non-native youth out to the wilderness, and to get them to talk about the wilderness, that kind of stuff. So when he was here, we started to develop an idea together to create, through all the people and organizations that we know of who do good such as that, to start a new program in the universities identified as human reintegration into the ecosystem. Where, imagine if when you went to just fresh out of high school and you're going into university, you don't know nothing. Who the hell knows what they want to take? It's such a crazy pressure that parents put on their children. So imagine if you're there and you're looking at, well, all this stuff doesn't turn you on. I'm going to be stuck in 40-hour rush hour traffic, 40-hour week. I don't want that. Look at this. Human reintegration into the ecosystem. What is that? Well, what it is it's 2 months on the Sea Shepherd ships. It's 2 months with this guy that we just talked to you about. It's 2 months of integration here with us in the Longhouse with the Great Law of Peace. It's 2 months with our friends in, hopefully, we haven't got to speak to them yet, with hemp traders in Nevada, to maybe spend 2 weeks with them, and other similar places. You get the idea what I'm talking about. These different organizations and groups that have already spearheaded in their fields, that are already established, that are recognized as experts in their fields. So this is something that we're looking on doing to accommodate specifically the people of European descent, to have them reintroduced, a reintegration process for humans back into humanity. Not the manufactured humanity, but the real humanity, where you don't care about eating a mud pie because there's all these diseases or whatever in there. The real human that isn't inoculating themselves from this and that, when all of this stuff is in our ecosystem, but yet we are trying to make ourselves immune from the stuff that's floating in our ecosystem. We are making ourselves not immune and not protected. We're making ourselves fragile. where
Sick.
a little bit of wind is going to blow and we're going to die from that. It's crazy how we don't realize we're actually devolving our children. It's like we can go on the cellular level and we can rearrange the protons, neutrons, and electrons within them to give them weaker hearts, smaller lung capacity, smaller liver capacities, all of that. Even the eyes now, weaker. All the different things that they're doing to make what they think is improvements are the things that actually makes us weaker. And in our overall journey as humans, well, here, maybe for this, say, 100 years right here, well, we got laser eye surgery. Oh, that's good for us. You know what that's doing for us? It's weakening our eyes over the expanse of 1,000 years. It's making it where maybe even in the future, maybe not too long from now, where we won't have the ability to see. We are devolving. What does that mean? What did we evolve from? Did we evolve from a salamander? Well, then let's go back. What does a salamander look like? What does a salamander get to do? That's what we're evolving back to. We better do some, like we said, emergency maneuvers here. Together, collectively, we have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. We have to do what everybody is betting we cannot do. In the waterverse, not the universe, in the waterverse, humans have to show creation what we can do, because we are being tested. Tested for what? Almost like, say, we're a product on a factory production line, and here comes quality control, and they're testing us. And if we're going to break, well, they're going to have to re-engineer us and send us back on the production line, and we're not going to be the same. Like, we're already being readjusted, re-engineered. As you know, we're being nanoized. What does that mean? If we're nanoized and we're plasticized, and we got metallicism within us, and we have 5G or whatever else, all kind of different signals that affect all those things that we put in us. What kind of human being are we? What are we going to be? Yeah, we're quickly heading for a rude awakening, and I don't want to awaken into that rude reality. I want to awaken into the beauty that our mother has given us. There was a time when every day we could lay in the sun. Every day we could drink the water out of any river, out of any pond. How long ago was that?
100 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. I was a kid. Let's see, I was in kindergarten, and we were still able to drink the water out of the river, straight out of the river. So that, let's see, I was 5 years old. That's 1967. Still able.
Yeah, there's a website called findaspring.com where there's natural spring water. And so we've been collecting spring water for 3 or 4, I don't know, years. That's all we do. And I just drink it straight out of the river. I just go and I bring my jugs there, and I don't drink any of this, human tap water, and I don't drink any of these bottled waters. So what we do is we just get it right from Mother Earth. It's structured water. We fill up our jugs, we get it for free, besides obviously the gas price, because it's about an hour and 20 minutes to drive each way to go there. So I usually collect about 250, 260 liters of water and bring it back. So go like once a month, and that's what we drink straight from Mother Earth. So there are still places where we can get that. But, like what you're saying is you used to be able to drink from any lake or river, which that, we can't do anymore.
When I used to work in New York City, back in the 80s, we used to travel back and forth. Mohawks were world famous for that. We'd go on a Sunday down in New York, and then Friday we're coming back. Everybody used to stop halfway through exit 30. There was a a pipe coming out of the mountain. It used to be a spring, but then at some point, I don't know, maybe around the 40s or 50s, they stuck a pipe there. Anyways, it's been there forever. This was on what they call the Mohawk Trail. The Mohawk Trail, what you know, is a system of roads. That's all you know today, a highway that takes you to the south. I mean, the reality is all the places, all the cities, all the towns, all the roads that you know today, it's all put over where we had our places, our roads. It was all on our structures. So this particular spring was there for who knows how long, thousands of years. Our people have always stopped there, always known it. In around, I think it was around in the late 90s or early 2000s, the government sealed it up. Sealed that up where you can't go there anymore when you get that water. So springs, once the government finds out about it, especially now, when you think of like in Australia, where they make it illegal for you to plant in your own yard, well, that tells you they're making it illegal for you to sustain yourself, to access the things that you need. So they're going to make it illegal for you to access clean water.
They made it illegal to collect rainwater in some places, but now with all the stuff they're spraying in the sky, you probably don't want to collect that rainwater to drink anyways, because I don't know if you've noticed, but in the last 20 years, whenever it rained 20 years ago and I just washed my car wasn't filthy and dirty. Now, anytime that it rains, it looks like there's mud all over my car. They've made everything up in the atmosphere with all those planes, you know, whether it's jet fuel or condensation or additives that they're putting in there. They're poisoning the air where you can visibly see your car filthy and dirty when it was a completely brand new clean car after it rains every single time it rains now.
Well, we know, everybody knows they put shards of aluminum in the atmosphere to deflect the sun's light. Now, I don't know how long they've been doing it. I think it's like since the late 70s or 80s. But anyways, however long. Now just think of that. Shards of aluminum in the upper Earth's atmosphere. Is it going to stay there? Of course not. It'll come down. Now, what are shards of aluminum going to do to your car? You know, is it going to make it look dirty? Or even if it, let's say, if it is allowed to stay on something, oxidation, what's going to happen there? Much different than if you got a block of aluminum and just sitting on a piece of steel. But if you got a whole bunch of little shards, you know, then the oxidation or the breakdown of it is going to be different. It's going to be, it will look dirty. But at the same time, when we know that they stopped making underarm deodorant with aluminum, because aluminum, as we know, goes straight to the central nervous system. So if we're putting shards of that in the sky, everybody's breathing that in. Now, in the past couple of years, if you're breathing in aluminum, isn't that gonna make you're gonna feel like you have a breathing problem, breathing issue? Last couple of years, oh, breathing issue for everyone on Earth. Oh yeah, was it this thing that they claim, or was it the shards of aluminum that they put in the air that guaranteed is gonna be in everybody's lungs, what everybody's breathing?
Started with chem lung, they called it, you know, and then, you know, especially with the increase in the intensity of frequencies, they're making people sick, and then they're calling it some kind of virus, and then they're saying this virus is so deadly you should inject a little bit of it into you with these needles. And so we're really sick, like society is sick. We're under this spell, and it's not everyone, but a big majority of people are under the spell. And you talk about, you know, how bad oil is because they're making so much poisons with the oil, the pesticide, the spraying, the oxide, everything, the preservatives, everything's coming from this oil, but you'll still have people defend it. Oh, well, it's renewable and it's still there, and but it's poisoning everything. And then Stockholm syndrome takes place where people have to defend the masters that are harming them, that are poisoning them. And it's really sad, because even the awake people are still defend, us being systematically poisoned.
This is when we look at everything, as you know, all of us, we could go on and on and on. Every human could probably throw maybe 100 things into the mix, as to identify these crazy, insane things. But when we look at the overall big picture, and we consider the health of our Mother Earth, again, we don't see anything, any technology or any other natural thing that can be enacted or utilized or done by everyone on Earth to heal like the way that hemp does. Because everything that we talked about, everything that on every level that we're discussing, can all be affected by humans planting hemp. Now, there is not just the direct physical benefit, but there is, like we said, there's a spiritual benefit also. Because what ends up happening is that hemp is a different kind of thing. It's almost like, say, like uranium. Like you can't touch it because it has some kind of crazy power. Hemp, the same thing, but you can touch it because it has some kind of crazy strong power that affects humans to be good towards each other. Because hemp is a collective thing. Yeah, anybody could grow it on their own, but really let's say, if you wanted to make a sail on a sailboat, well, then you're looking at collective. You need collective group of people to do that. So hemp builds kinship, it builds friendship, it makes the family stronger, and at the same time, it making the family stronger. The family becomes proud of their strength. Look at the love that we got. And what the reality is in the native world, with the native people, it's almost like a challenge where we rise to the challenge to be the best. Sing the best songs, do the best work for the people, do the best good. So this is what it is in the native world, that when you get to this certain level of working with Saoyerda, once again being that energy, when you get to that level, the love, it's almost like it gets to a point of critical mass, and it takes on a new identity, or a new form, or a new state of being. Because you go from individual love to just two people love, to collective love, and then overall love. That person is on a journey, just like a seed that's growing, like one of the three sisters, like the corn. That the journey of that growing doesn't know, but from the seed, it just busts out, and it's so happy, so beautiful to be there. But if we're there looking at it, it doesn't look like what we're used to seeing. But in its state, it's beautiful. Then when it pokes its head out of the ground and it comes into something else at its different stages, when it's so young, the corns, they can be, some of them, they'll be white, which is impossible. We've had white corns here in our garden. You can't have white corn, meaning the leaves and the stalk and everything is white because it won't photosynthesize. It's got to be green to photosynthesize. But some of them express themselves that way. Now, the ones that do turn white, there's something that happens to them. Does anybody know what happens to them? They die off. They only get to be the white corns. They only grow. The tallest one that I seen was about 4 inches, and then they cannot. They can't photosynthesize, so they just wither away. There is something about white within the color spectrum that the white people don't know about themselves. Here again, don't believe what I'm going to say, but prove it to be wrong. You know, anybody can do this research. In the non-native world, scientists have been doing scientific research studies for a long time, as you know. What the color spectrum? I think the first study is maybe around 1840, somewhere like that, but it doesn't really matter at the time. What they discovered with the color spectrum is that color white, when you shine white light on a metallic object, steel object, I ain't got not steel here. When you shine white light on it, that shards of that metallic object start to leave. So what the white does, it has a power. It has a power to agitate, to unsettle. But it also has the power to do the opposite. Because here in our world, where can you see a white light? Can you give me an example of white light in our world?
Fluorescent bulbs that they
Okay,
have.
but not man-made. I'm talking about natural.
The moon?
White light from the sun.
No, it's not. It's not white.
No. I'm with the moon. The moon.
There
is
you
the white
go.
light.
That's the white light. Now, what the white light of Grandma Moon does, now this is where we'll really get into natural science here. The white light of Grandma Moon causes in the garden, the corn stalks, it causes them to be pulled, almost like stretched. It's what makes them grow faster. So when you got the corn in the moonlight during the full moons, the corn actually grows faster because it's like the metallic object. When you shine the white light on it, it causes shards of the metallic object to leave. It's like stretching out the molecules in it, stretching it out enough to the point of where the outer ones will just leave. Anyways, so the white light has the power to be one of two things. White has the power. White has proven within the white people over the last 500 years, at least here, proven to be the negative. Now, white can do the exact opposite. No, all it needs is, of course, the proper direction. You know, like any power, any energy. You know, say like electrical energy. You can't grab the metallic cable. You got to have a protection on it. So the white of the power that the white people have is the same power as Grandma Moon. What has happened to them is they have had their power redirected. It's been co-opted from you. Your power has been stolen.
Through democracy, through religion, we've given up our power. We've given up that power by voting someone else, giving someone else the authority over us, giving someone else that power. Same thing with religion, giving up the true power. We tell you to not look within, you know, oh, it's wrong to look within, but that's giving up your true power that you have inside.
When you consider that what we have in our hearts, in our minds, we are built up of the universe, of the waterverse. So this means that it's all understandable to us. We can know it all. There is nothing that we cannot know. The only thing that prevents anyone from knowing all is the corruption of God, because it puts into your mind that there is what they call mystery, part of the great mystery. How could there be a mystery for us? We're built up of all these things, of absolutely everything. Because in order for us to exist here on our Mother Earth, what must exist first is the waterverse. That must exist first. But the waterverse is made up of us. So we see that we are in a cycle. Now, what is that cycle? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Evolution.
Oh, we've been cut off here. What time is it anyways?
It's almost 10.
Okay, we'll see. I think with him, he was only limited to 10 o'clock anyways.
It is 8 to 10.
Maybe that's what he had, maybe.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay, I forget what we were saying, but,
The waterverse, we're in a symbiotic relationship with the waterverse, and we all have a purpose.
okay, yes. So here, when we figure like in the body, let's just say it with our hands. We know that our hands have very specific functions. Without our hands performing that function, the rest of our body could die. Every part of us, every kidney, every lung, everything within us is a very crucial function. Now, all the things upon the body of our Mother Earth, the same thing. Humans are the equivalent of different organs within the body. Not one human, the collective of humans that grow out of the earth in that particular space are grown for doing that thing right there, that job. But because of religion, which is the spawn of spawned war around the world, it creates refugees, it uproots people. So it's religion that has set out to take your kidneys out from where they're supposed to be, put it over where your lungs are, take your lungs, put them over, and disrupt the whole body so that the body cannot work. But they'll be in power telling you all about God, and all the way down while the body's dying, your belief in God or the false belief in God is going to keep people believing in the action that they're doing and the action of
Make
destruction.
people complacent and stop them from actually stopping these psychopaths from destroying all that is good here.
So what we need here, ultimately, we know there's certain solutions that we can do to save our Mother Earth. We got to look at what people are, what the common belief is right now. People are thinking we got to stop using internal combustion engines. People are thinking we got to stop building nuclear power. There's a lot of things we got to stop doing. Let's ask ourselves, can the addicted person stop doing the things that they're addicted to? No, they can't. So let's deal with our human problem from a realistic standpoint, like the way therapists or whatever deal with people who have drug addictions or whatever kind of addictions. Okay, can you get that person to stop? No, not right away. Your goal is to do that. So you have to slowly integrate something else to take the place, as you know. So right now, it's not about what we're going to stop doing. Are we going to stop driving cars? No, it's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. As long as there's still gas in the gas pumps, I don't care if it's $50 a gallon. You know there's going to be people still driving cars. So we're not going to stop driving cars. There's a lot of other stuff we're not going to stop doing. until it breaks down. But we're looking at then the solution isn't in the things that we're going to stop doing. The solution is in the things that we have to start doing, what we are going to do. So we know that all this bad stuff is happening, that's overpowering us. So we got to look at, well, what are we going to do then to counteract that? That's going to not allow all the bad stuff to overpower us. The only thing that we can do is to watch each other's backs, to have each other's back, to make sure that if you're going to have my back, if I'm going to have your back, that we're going to be on the same level, the same mind, so that if, let's say, if we're in the heat of, I don't know, protecting or defending a tree, that you're going to think that, oh yeah, Stuart's with me, but here I am, I'm gone on the beach, gone lay on the beach. It's going to happen to you. So our coming together has, or what we got to do has to be something different than what we have ever done. We have never done what's got to be done. Humans have never done this, ever. They have never come together in peace. The non-native world, never. You got temporary moments of lapse of war, but that's only a brief time for you, you know, for the non-natives. When have you ever enjoyed peace?
Did the did the natives here, before the non-natives come, 400, 500 years ago, did the natives here live, symbiotically with each other, or were they more warring with each other, like, they're trying to tell us? Because I think that's a lie, because I've been around the native culture for 30 years. I've been to probably 20 sweat lodges. I, really respect the native culture. And what I've seen is the decimation of the native population. It's genocide for the last, 100 or maybe 300 years or whatever it is, where there was over 100 million natives here, and now there's 10 million or less. So that's 90%, decimation, genocide of the native population, but nobody ever talks about that. And they try to justify it by saying, oh, well, they were just savages, they were killing each other anyways. And, I don't believe that, but do you know a little bit more about the history of the natives? Were they more symbiotic with each other? And, there maybe would have been a little bit of, maybe a little bit of strife, but were they more symbiotic with other tribes and other people just living off the land?
Yeah, first off here, what you have to understand is that there's no tribes. Here, it's all nations. Even one person is as a nation. Because to conduct yourself as a human, you're conducting yourself as a nation. To be on that level of where law applies equally to everybody, this is where all the native people were at. Yeah, a long time ago, we went through the same things as the non-native world. Just we all are babies at one time, and we all had to learn. Maybe we didn't let other kids play with our toys. Maybe we were bullies until we learned not to be bullies anymore, till we evolved. Fact is that you're a kid, you're a baby, you're a child, you come into whatever adolescence, you're supposed to grow out of adolescence. The non-native never grew out of adolescence. They've stayed stuck in the dark ages where they're at war, killing each other. This is one of the damages that religion does in telling you a false narrative, giving you a false history, where everybody today in the non-native world believes that the Dark Ages was a long time ago, whatever, the year 1400 or 800 or whenever. But when you consider what the Dark Ages were, disease, famine, pestilence, war, slavery, the worst conditions humans towards each other. When did that stop? When did that stop in Europe? It never stopped. So how could the European talk like the Dark Ages is somewhere way back a long time ago? The European is still in the dark ages because they are still warmongers. They never got out of their adolescence. Now with us, we got out of our adolescence approximately 2,500 years ago. We have had peace for approximately 1,500 to 2,000 years before the non-native got here. And then as soon as he got here, peace. It's the easiest thing to destroy because peace means there's nobody waging war. It means there's nobody with a weapon to fight off somebody who's crazy enough to build an army tank. Somebody who's crazy enough to build a bomber, an airplane bomber or an aircraft carrier. What could a peaceful person do against that kind of stuff? Think about this. How many crazy Spaniards went into so-called South America? Well, there was only a few hundred of them at the most, but yet they killed millions. How could that happen? Just think of that. Even if they, let's say, right now, if somebody came out with a machine gun, just killing everybody, if humans were brave enough, we could all just rush there and he'd kill a bunch. They'd kill a bunch of us. But it wouldn't be long.
The nature. It's not in their nature, and that's the same thing as, say, like in the concentration camps, there would be 20,000 people in one camp and there would be 15 guards. So those 20,000 people could easily overpower those 15 guards. Maybe, 10, 20, 50, 100 people may have lost their life in the process, but the other 19,000 people would be freed if they ever decided to come together to stop the small group of people that think it's their right to terrorize everyone else.
Yeah, so this is the way it was here. It was peace. This is what was known here, was identified as Guyana-Skanagoa. This means the great law of peace. Peace was the law here. Now, I know when you hear those words, anybody in the world today, I know you're not understanding it. I know you comprehend what great means, what law is, and peace. I know you comprehend those words. But great law of peace, this is something that is beyond comprehension of the non-native people because it's rooted in love. Love meaning that it's rooted in the acceptance of the fact that we are the same. But
so rooted into your moralistic fiber.
Yeah, but religion tells, look at the religious people. They're all killing somebody because God told them that they're the chosen people.
Before the last 50 years, almost every single war in history was over religion. And now it's over God, but it's a different type of God. It's gold, oil, and drugs is, kind of the justification on why they're killing people now. It's the resources. But before it was, religious insanity to think that I believe in God, I'm connected to God, but yet I can go murder a whole bunch of people and think that God is going to, be not upset because I did it in his name.
Well, this is where our people were almost there. We went through a huge change in our history. It was where we were warring upon each other. We were doing that also. This is, like I said, it's about 2,600 years, 2,700 years ago, where we were in full-blown war, where we were about ready to annihilate ourselves. As you know, war is what creates commodification. Without war, you don't have commodification.
What's commodification?
The commodification of monetization, putting a value.
Value of commodities. Okay, got it.
Because without war, you don't have that. You just have everybody just being happy, doing whatever they're doing, planting, and well, I got enough of this, and you got enough of that. Nobody's got any kind of want. No, nothing that they're wanting for. Everybody's
When
had
there's
everything.
Yeah, when there's abundance, there's no need to want to take from other people. When there's just abundance of everything everywhere, everybody's satisfied. So you're not trying to take things from others because you got everything you need.
Yeah. So what was the existence here is that it was on a daily grind, just like you have a daily grind. We'd get up and we'd go to work. But our work was to go and establish peace, work for peace, do the things that make your children safe. You got to do the things that make my children safe. And there was where we found our kinship. And in that kinship is where we had trade, because you trade with your loved ones. Now, if you're at war, you don't trade with them. You go back like in the non-native world, 2,000 years ago, when you got this empire and that empire, you could not have gold on you from another empire, because that would mean that you were giving the power to your enemy to war upon you. Because for you to get gold, they're buying something off of you, or you're selling something to empower you. So a long time ago, you wouldn't have that. Like if we were enemies, if you had my gold in your pocket, your people would kill you because you'd be guilty of treason. Nowadays, this is precisely what's happening. We are trading with our enemies. Who's our enemy? There is no standing enemy. That's the lie of the warmonger. But
Make believe, it's make believe, and now they're going to create, because people are coming together, because people are realizing, because people are being more empathetic, their new enemy is going to be the alien empire is going to come, and they're going to need all the money and resources and bombs and to kill this new alien threat that's out there. That's what I think the new war for these warmongers are going to be if we don't stop them.
yeah, this is what it looks like. I mean, we're seeing this more and more lately, even where you see like generals in the United States Army coming out and saying, not necessarily saying UFO, but kind of alluding to it, putting it into the minds of the people, you know, where eventually we're going to be seeing standing outside my window, there's an alien out of a UFO, you know, but are we, is it actually going to be an alien, or is it actually something that we have already created here? And
Project Bluebeam.
that looks like an alien to us. Have we already created those abominations that don't look like anything from Earth, but are manufactured here?
If they create an enemy, then they put the false narrative that we need them to protect us. So now, because you need us to protect you, now we can tell you what you can and can't do, because we're doing that, for the collective. We need to take away these things for the collective. You need to eject these things for the collective. So that's where this whole communitarianism aspect, comes into play. And what you're talking about is us coming together is what we need to do. But now we're fighting the whole premise of the New World Order wants everybody to come together, one religion, one. So what we need is what they're wanting to do, but it's making people be against it because they think that if we're coming together, oh yeah, that's for New World Order. That's why. So it's really tough position that we're in. They figured out every single way to try to put a wrench into any goodness for us to really heal the earth. And I love this about hemp, because hemp gives a reason for people to come together in one common goal to help heal the earth. We can make plastics and papers and food and clothing and hempcrete, and we can make all these materials. Plus, the hemp cleans the radiation poisoning. They put that in Chernobyl. They put it in Fukushima. It's helped clean up all the radiation. Hemp regenerates the soil. Like you said, we've got cannabinoid receptors, so it's actually meant for our body. With hemp seeds, you can make hemp oil, cooking oil, hemp oil. So I really like that fact that if we all come together in the hemp, I'm definitely interested in getting some seeds. I'll take, a bunch of bags, and I'll make sure I plant a whole bunch, and I'll give them to people. Like, I'm 100% for this. This is something that I've been talking to people about for a long time, but I just never knew how to go about putting it into place. And if you guys got the seeds, I will help you distribute them.
We got, right now, like we said, we ordered 200 kilograms. We've already distributed, let's see, 50 kilograms. We got a lot of people who want us to send it to them. Now, the only thing with that is that it's almost like we would need to have like a body of people, like that's their job to do that. Because myself, I'm already too busy with everything else that I do, and like to be able to go to a post office and to package things up and to send it out myself, basically, I just don't have that time. There is other people here also who can help with that, but at the same time, right now, it's planting season. So there's a lot of different factors here that are slowing down the process a little bit. If we had
I will help you. I will help you. You send me a bunch of seeds, I'll ship them, I'll package them, I'll put them to people, I'll go to the post office. I really believe in this hemp thing for a long time. So I will help you if that's what you're looking for. I'm 100% in.
That's exactly what we're looking for. I can't tell you how happy right now that I am. And there's other people that are listening to you. Like I said, every Wednesday we do this, our Zoom. So there's the people that we do our Zoom that are watching us, that are listening to you right now. And they're all happy because we've been working on this to try to, the effort. But everybody's still living, still got to do their stuff. We still got to put food on the table. So for a massive movement like this, it's going to take a lot of people to do it. We can still do it. It's just going to take more time with just the few that we got. Like if I'm doing it just by myself, we're going to get seeds sent out. We'll probably still be sending seeds out until the fall time, which means that people aren't going to be planting them right now for this year. That's fine. As long as you have them, you got them for next year, you start planting them, we build up our seed bank and everybody share that. Nobody is to sell. Nobody is to sell this. We can't do that. We do this out of the goodness of our heart because we know it's what's got to be done, the healing. The moment that anybody's going to start getting into this for selling, now, mind you, we got the seeds from a company that sold it to us. Now, the hemp unity is not their agenda. They're on a different agenda. They got into the business for that, to sustain themselves. So by us buying the seeds off of them, yes, they're making money off of it, but they're already established in that industry. So they're already doing the good thing. So by us buying the seeds off of them, we're helping them, assisting them to do the good thing even more. But once the seeds get to us and they go out, nobody is to sell this. Nobody is to profit off of it. Even if you harvest and you're gonna process it, say to make these insulated bricks or something, even if you're gonna do that, you don't sell. Don't sell. Do it with your sister and brother. Do it with your friends. Do it with people that you don't know yet. to come together in each community for people with like minds who can do this together. We will build our collective love. We'll be building back the collective love on our Mother Earth, what she needs. She needs our love because we're not loving her. We're hating her to death. Imagine that. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen an abused mother. I seen an abused mother when I was a kid. There was a terrible, terrible kid who lived in the neighborhood, and we'd hear him beating up his mother. They stayed in a little trailer, and we'd hear her screaming, and he'd do this a lot. He'd lock her in the closet, steal her money, and he'd go out. Nobody likes to see anybody who's abusing their mother. And if you abuse your mother, you're going to pay the price. It's going to ultimately kill you. This is the guy that I'm talking about. That's ultimately what happened to him. He was stabbed to death in a back alley in New York before he was 21. If you're bad to your mother, you're a bad person. You got no place in this world. People who are good to their mother, you're going to do good in this world. You're going to love your fellow people. You're going to care for them. So the number one thing for everybody, for you, Jesse, for me, for all of us, I don't care how old you are, is to be good to your mother. No matter what, you make your mother smile, make her laugh, make her happy, make her heart burst with love by you constantly doing good things for her. Now, if you can get that from your own birth mother, imagine what you will get from our Mother Earth, because your birth mother is directly with you. We can talk with her. You can see her, she's more real to you. That when we look at the earth, we don't really see the connection unless you're born and raised with Sawoyerda, unless you're born and raised with the cycles, the 13 moon cycles. Then that person is in a ceremonial sync with creation, where they're in a symbiosis of love. That the love from this one is creating the love for that one. And that one in turn is creating the love for this one. We are in that centrifuge where I'll end off with this with you. There's an opposite to creation, as you know. And where that opposite is it's in the super colliders. It's in CERN. That's where the opposite is. And there's a reason why they can only split atoms in a super collider, because we are a super collider. When you look at our earthly cell, our solar cell, our galactic cell, our water-versal cell, and you look to that scale, you'll see that it is one big centrifuge. And this is how creation is made. The reality is that why they tear it apart in that centrifuge is, as you know, science identifies that on a molecular level, things are so far apart. It's as far apart as the sun and moon, but yet it's a solid within our own body. We perceive it as a solid. So science even identifies that the reality of creation, that it's not even reality. How creation is and becomes the reality is because of that centrifuge. Is because we're here. And then in the next instance, we're here. And then we're here. And we're here. And here and here and here and here. Until we're seeing ourselves. Until we became real. And this is where they are tearing apart. They are tearing us apart in the centrifuge. They are unweaving the very fabric from which we are created. And so the European who have forgotten something, you've forgotten your Frankenstein story. You've forgotten that you were once standing there with your pitchforks and your torches, and you were at the castle. You were ready to storm the castle. But you allowed that monster out into the world. And that monster came over here to my home. He's destroying my home. If you allow him to destroy my home, then you have nothing left. You must help me. And in you helping me helps me to help you. So we empower each other. And this is how the hemp unity agenda came about, because the non-native people wanted to do good. They wanted to do something about the environment, but you just couldn't do it. And so we gathered the minds of the people and we put it together in the hemp unity agenda. And then once we were there, then the non-native people were able to run with this. So everything that we talked about here, the color white, which is the white people, it can be the power of life, regeneration. You just have to have your power, your energy redirected. This is where we come in. You have been unsettled. We can settle you back into the reality of creation. This is the spiritual journey we're on now. We are in the centrifuge. And in the centrifuge, everything is going to happen so fast, where you're going to see your past, your present, your future. All of a sudden, things are going to be coming to you from when you were 5 years old, something you did when you were 10. And hey, this thing has been gone for 30 years, and all of a sudden it's here. And our life is going to be fluid from past, present, and future. And when we're in the centrifuge at this state, this is where, just like blood in centrifuge, to remove any bacteria or whatever, this is where the impurities will come out of us. So it would only come out of us through the spiritual process of Degene Diohade. This is the only way you will have those spiritual impurities taken out of you. The things that you don't know are there, that gets you to do things that you don't even know that you're doing, that are unnatural. Today, how could any of the people of today know what what life was like prior to the atom bomb? Nobody knows. It's impossible for us to know. But the fact is, every living thing on earth was affected by it, changed by it. A great witchcraft pulling over our eyes. And when you think of witchcraft, which they killed women for, imagine men killing women in the name of God. God's representatives killing women, identifying them as witches. What were they doing as witches? Well, let's see, they were accused of consorting with the devil. What else were they accused of? They were accused of alchemy. Ooh, that was a very dangerous thing. That constituted killing any woman who was accused of being an alchemist. What was that? They were medicine people. What was alchemy? Isn't that precisely what's going on in CERN? Because in CERN, they've identified that their goal is to conjure up a new element that does not exist naturally in creation. Doesn't that sound like a witch?
Well, what they did is, that's one of the reasons why they targeted the natives, because for one, the natives didn't have a false connection to God, to Creator. They were actually connected to Creator, and they needed to break that spirit. They targeted the natives because the natives used the land as medicine. They couldn't have that. They wanted people to use their poison medicine, so they targeted the natives. This is some of the reasons why these 6 psychopaths have decimated the native population, because they were actually living connected to our great mother, and they don't want people connected to our great mother. They want to destroy the great mother, and so to have people connected to it are going to be people to oppose the destruction, and then that's where we are here today.
And so then you know that everything that has been told to you was all lies. Everything that you have heard about us, about the original peoples of Turtle Island, think of this. How many times have you heard some white guy saying, oh, the natives use her at war here for whatever, use her at war. Oh yeah, wow. How do you know that? What does any white man know about anything here in Turtle Island? Even right now today, the white people don't know. You don't even know it's called Turtle Island. They don't even know any reality of anything native. Now think of this. Imagine if I went to France and I was there for 500 years, and imagine if I didn't even know any of the people from France. How many white people do you know of that don't even know a native person? Not even to know just a native person. How could that be? Imagine if I, like I said, if I went to Europe, how could I be there for 500 years without knowing a native European person? There's only one way that could happen. That's if I killed everyone that I ran into. That way I'd be certain that I wouldn't know any of them. So you just think of this for myself, every time that I speak with native people, non-native people, I'm telling them stuff about their world, stuff that they don't know nothing about. The non-native people cannot tell me anything about my world. They don't know nothing about it. So let's compare the two. I know all about my world, and I know all about the non-natives world. The non-native doesn't know anything about my world. The non-native doesn't even know anything about the non-natives world. What do they know about? You know what they know about? Last night's baseball score. They'll tell you about which movie. They'll tell you about a restaurant. They'll tell you about how to improve your golf score.
What the Kardashians are doing.
What do humans know about? What do the non-native society know about?
It's a parrot society. Parroting, parrot, 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 lies and deceit. Parrot, lies and deceit. That's what this whole foundation is built on lies and deceit.
So our goal here is to conclude on this. Now, you may not know anything about this. I don't know if you do. I don't know if you don't. But anybody, if you don't know anything about this, you'll have no clue of what I'm saying. But our role here is to conclude on this, to finish this job. Now, this job is what was established first in the year 1616 between my ancestors, the Ganyangahaga, and I don't know, maybe your ancestors, the Dutch. It was made first with them, but it really doesn't matter who it was made with. For us, there is no difference. For all the people that came from, I don't care where they come from. There's no difference between Frenchmen, no difference than a Japanese, a Chinese, a Russian, British. There is absolutely no difference. But for all of you, there is so much difference that you will all go to war with each other about your differences. But for us, no difference in any of you, because your actions, conduct, it's all the same. So if you're looking,
yeah, only you can separate yourself from yourself, and everybody's here together except for the ones that want to be separated. Unfortunately, we're living in a society that has separated each other from everyone else, and we need to get back to that place where we're all together, living symbiotically, living to protect each other, to protect our mother, to protect the children, to protect the women. And that's what we need to get back to. And I really believe that this hemp can really do this, brother.
okay, you want to get back? You want to get back to love, not just you, but everybody? Then we begin together with hemp. This is our beginnings. From there, we build our friendship. From friendship, we can stand together to protect anything. We can protect each other's children. Once we are friends, then there's nothing that we can do. Because what I have seen in or what I know anyways, what we've observed for 500 years, and this is important to know, that when I say 500 years that we've observed you, this is not just like for me to say, like as if I can know you for 500 years. No, I know it because of what was passed from my parents, their parents. We got a continuous knowledge of you. So from what I know is that the European, the white people, they are very, what's the word I hear? I can't think of the proper word, but very building, you know, very getting stuff done, very productive, very that you can set your mind to something, you can build an Empire State Building, you know.
We're
So-
manifestors, we're creators, we're actual creators here. We're born in the image of creation. So we have that manifesting creative ability, but that power has been taken away from us. That power has been given to these politicians. That power has been given away to these scientists. That power has been given away to these religious lunatics that say that, you know, oh, you're just a sinner, you're nothing, you're, oh, don't connect to spirit, that's a demon, you can't do that. They've taken away our power of our connection to the beauty of creation that's all around us. And we have so much more abilities than we're actually using right now in today's society.
Okay, so our journey together, if this is in your heart and mind, and it doesn't mean you, to whoever may see this, our journey starts today, and it's gonna be a spiritual journey. We're gonna reconnect you to all the things that are real, to the cyclical motions of our Mother Earth, to the 13 moon cycles, to the point of where you understand the quarter moons, the door opening and the door closing, where you understand the power of grandma when she's in you, when she's hiding, where you will get to the point of where you'll feel that now is the time for the strawberry ceremony. Now is the time for the maple. The people can get to the stage of where their spiritual awareness, their vibrancy can be renewed, rejuvenated. There is enough people that I know, that I have seen, non-native people that can speak to you of this, you know, that can attest to this, that once the door opens, that what's possible, it's unlimited. You know, the knowledge that is there, just from let's say one simple thing, the moon teachings. If you had the moon teachings, you would look at absolutely everything. The moon teachings will shake you at your foundations. It will change your world completely, turn it upside down. So we'll say this then. Our journey together is a spiritual enlightenment. And spiritual enlightenment is all about knowledge. It's all about respecting that feeling you got that isn't necessarily a part of knowledge, that isn't a solid part yet. It's just something that's building. So we'll build this up through knowledge. What we'll do is we'll offer to you and your
Our tribe here, our
audience.
listeners
We'll offer to you a moon teachings sharing circle. Whenever you're ready for this, it will take approximately. Oh wait, I'm too used to thinking of translation. It won't take that long. It will take approximately, a bare bones one could go an hour and a half, like a bare minimum. But then, of course, from there, we could also go all night. It would only depend on the curiosity of the people. So this is what we'll leave off offering you, that here, our goal or our agenda through the hemp unity agenda is to heal our Mother Earth, to address what the scientists from the United Nations identified in the year 2017, when they said that the world only has until the year 2030 in which to reverse the destruction that we've already caused to the earth, much less the ones that we're in the process of causing. So we address this through the hemp unity, which is for everyone on earth to plant hemp. Plant hemp. This is for right now the minimum of the next 8 years to meet, to address that deadline of 2030. Now, of course, we'll be able to gauge within the first few years easily. Anyone will be able to gauge as to the progress or the outcome of it. So this is our goal. Our goal is to also save Grandma Moon. That's our biggest goal. The world, most of the world is not aware of what the plans are for Grandma Moon, but the world must stay off of Grandma Moon. She is not to be touched. She is the beating heart of our Mother Earth, and if you touched your heart, then your entire body could pay the consequence. You know, maybe you're going to get a heart palpitation. Maybe it's going to make it harder for you to breathe. Maybe it's even going to kill you. Stay off of our Grandmother Moon, which means that right now, your money is on there. You're actually laying your money down on the table and then in the casino, betting on the death of Grandma Moon. And it's people like Elon Musk, like Branson, that are pushing that agenda. And these people, because they're billionaires and just stole so much money off of you in the last couple of years, you are following them blindly. And they are leading you to your own death, to suicide. Stay off of Grandma Moon. We do not touch her. So that's our agenda. So this is what we'll leave off offering you. Like I said, Moon teachings. Whenever you're ready for that, I'll guarantee you, it's going to blow your mind. It's going to turn your world upside down.
I'm already ready to set up a time and date where we can do this, because I believe in my heart that people really need this, and I really resonate with you. So I'm here to help any way that I can.
Okay, then what I would say for this is that we'll be looking, depending on if you're a day or a night time. So if it's a daytime, we would be doing a new moon, which would have to be done on the new moon at high noon, around there. You know, we would start maybe around 12 o'clock, go till maybe around 2. But if you're a night guy, then we would start around this same time that we did tonight. And it would be around the full moon, it'd have to be the day after the full moon. So if you wanna, if this interests you, we could be looking at next full moon, the day after.
15.
The 15th. So think about that. Of course, right now you don't have to say yeah, whatever, but no matter what the date is, I don't know.
It's already a yes. So you just let me know the date. I'm 2 hours different, so I'm, you know, where your noon is would be 10 a.m. my time, or if you want to do it the day after the full moon in the evening, I'm at your service. So, you know, whatever you tell me is when you believe, you know, there's a good time or date, you just let me know and I'll set it up. I'll, you know, make sure that I have time for whatever it is that, you know, you are here teaching, because people need to hear you, and I'm here to help facilitate more people hearing you and the stuff that you are teaching all of us.
Okay, then what we'll do is in the next couple of days, what's today? Wednesday. Yeah, by the weekend-ish, by the end of the weekend, we'll be contacting you, and we'll take it from there.
Perfect. That's beautiful. One last question I did have. Some people believe that we're going into a mini ice age. Some people believe that there's a solar minimum and that things are getting colder. That's why they have to stop calling it global warming because, things are, relatively going to get colder here. Do you know anything about a potential ice age that's coming?
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, what we think we're seeing coming is a flip, a polar flip, but not north to south. It's gonna be like north to east, south to west. It's gonna be a half flip. When we look at what's happening as the say glaciers melt, then I forget what they call this, but the land springs up. So imagine like a sponge and you put a weight on it, then it compresses the sponge. So when you take the weight off of it, then the sponge comes back up and it causes pockets inside. So this means for a place like, say, like Antarctica, then this means that you're going to have in the same space, same land space, more mass. More land, or seemingly more land. It's just because the sponge is getting decompressed. Decompressed. It's opening, spreading up. So when this happens, then you're going to have a water displacement from the poles. And that water displacement, of course, can only go towards the equatorial zones. So it looks like when you got north and south spreading open, sponging, becoming lighter, heavier in the equatorial zones, a very fast tilt, a very fast tipping, roll like a half roll over. When that happens, it's gonna be either, well, it's gonna be both. It's gonna be different in different places. It's gonna be super cold, super hot. What it looks like, what we think, is not a complete full-blown ice age, maybe like a mini one, one that's kind of like in the wintertime, we just open the door for a minute type of thing. This is what it's looking like because it's not at the full term of where those ice ages should be. And it just might be, we know that these ice ages come and go cyclically, but we know that this one is, it's man-made.
Well, that's exactly what Rob just said here. The ice age is man-made and is caused by geoengineering. So I think it's caused by pulling the mother's earth, the oil, the earth's blood out of the earth, burning it in the air. I think it's caused by spraying everything. I think it's caused by their heart, the frequencies that they're, jamming into the, ionosphere, CERN, this different stuff. I think they're the ones who are creating these weather anomalies. And then they want to try to blame the people and say, oh, you need to check your carbon footprint. You need to know how much carbon you have, when carbon actually feeds our plants. So it's like the whole thing is so screwy what's going on, but I believe all of this stuff is man-made, that they're creating these chaos because, like the Freemasons, they say order out of chaos. They're trying to create chaos so they can come in with their iron fist and put some kind of order, their order, not God's order, not natural law order, but their tyrannical order on all of us.
Okay, we definitely got a lot of things to discuss. We have a lot of things to come together on. We have to bring our minds together to conclude, just to deduce where we're at, to assess. As a species, we are not assessing our current state, what's happening to us. What if we are in that stage of where we don't realize that we're slicing our own wrist? We have to have an assessment, a state of our nation of humans. We got to get to that stage. we're pushing for this right now. There's things happening here. I'll give you this really fast. I don't know if you heard about these things that were going on, these protests that were happening in Ottawa about a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Here in Canada. So anyways,
the truckers convoy.
yeah. There was a lot of people wanted to do something, and they all found out afterwards that they all got misled. So these people came, they wanted to talk, we're helping them organize to the point of where on June, when are they meeting in the middle of the country? 14th? June 14th, they're gonna be the first gathering in the middle of the country. It's gonna be happening in Saskatchewan, near Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. It's the life givers that are initiating this process. So this is one of the things that we help to facilitate in order to get the dialogue going between us, between the native and the non-native people. We have to get our engines fired up. We got to get your 4 cylinders on your side of the engine in tune, in sync, and I got to get my 4 cylinders on my side of the engine working so that we can get this thing moving, so that we can pull a rabbit out of a hat. Because as things are going, at the rate that we're going, we're going to disappear. We're not going to fix what needs to be fixed. Humans are canceling ourselves out. So yes, we're going to do all of this. We'll get it all done. We're doing it together. There's a lot that's in the works right now. Culminating also, I don't know, you might be interested in this. We're having our final law recital on the 9th moon. And final means that it's the final one in this great cycle. It's what closes off the great cycle, the 26,000 year cycle. Now, this law recital by law is something that has to happen every 5 years. So this has been happening every 5 years now for 2,500 years. It's with the cycle of the great white pine tree, because the great white pine tree works in a 5-year cycle. It's only every 5 years that it can reproduce. So last time we did this, it took us 26 days from morning till night to do a law recital. This is the great law of peace. It's the law of creation. It consists of the creation story, the in-between times, the in-between spaces, which is very important when you're thinking on the molecular level, protons, neutrons, and electrons. We identify them as turtle, wolf, and bear, that there is a buffer, and in between them, just like that fascia that I was speaking of that exists within all of us, in all our muscles, everything. It consists of the 4 sacred ceremonies, the time of the great darkness when the people were at war, and then the time of the formation of the League of Peace, which is the story of Jagunsaze, the story of the woman that called upon the great peace. It was her who created peace. So that right up until the formation and the law itself, and then the after the history. So this is the reason why it's our entire history. It's what the Longhouse teaches to our people for the last 2,500 years about who we are, what we are, where we come from, where we're going. So that's happening in the 9th moon. That might be something maybe you're interested in, but this is what we're doing. We're pushing out to the world to show the world the diametrically opposite thing of what they have been doing, experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm here to help and assist. Anything that you think that I can help you with, please reach out, because I see the goodness in you and I want to help any way I can.
Very good. Very good. Okay, then this is what I'll do. we didn't do this when we started, but normally whenever we get together, we do an opening of thanks, of greetings, and we do that when we close also. So I'll do a small closing here to let you know. I'll do it in, I won't do it in my language, I'll just do it in English. We always start in our origins. So we give our thanks to the great spiral of creation, that when you look up into the nighttime sky, you are not looking at cold, dark, empty, lifeless space. You are looking into the living, vibrant body of our great mother, of Sky Woman herself. And so we give thanks to her, to the great spiral of creation, to Sky Woman herself, as it is she who has given us spirit. From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to our grandmother Moon. It is she that regulates the flow of the lifeblood in all things, and so we give thanks to her, as it is she who has given us blood. From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of what color you are, what language you speak, where you have grown out from our Mother Earth, or most importantly, what you imagine divides us. We all come from the same mother, making us all sisters, brothers, one family, all relations together. And so we give thanks to her, to our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body. From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to them, for in this world, they give us purpose and direction. And this is important to know, that every living thing in this world is taught by their mother how to be. If you are a wolf, you're taught by your mother. You're a bear, you're a fish, you're a bird, a butterfly. You're taught by your mother how to be. And this is our identity. And so we follow the paths of our mothers into the great peace. And so we give thanks to our ancestors who carried the good mind, and we ask them to help us, to show us how to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations, so they can manage all of our people properly once again. We give thanks to all the medicines in all the shapes and forms they come in, all the waters in all the shapes and forms they come in. We ask our ancestors to help us to return the true knowledge of the Guyana Skanagoa, the great law of peace, the knowledge of Sawayerda, back to the hearts and minds of all the people, not my people, not this clan or that clan, to all the people upon our Mother Earth, all her children, because it is all her children that need her guidance at this time. They must follow her path. So we call upon our grandmother, Grandma Moon, to light our pathway out of the darkness when we cannot see, when we are at a loss and we do not know and we're looking for answers. Look to your Grandma Moon. She will light the pathway out of the darkness. It is she that we must follow, the beating heart. We have been pumped out from her and we will be pulled back into her, and it's her that we follow. And so we honor this process. We honor the role that our mothers have given us in this world, and we give thanks for this great medicine. We are happy. We're happy for the job we have been given, because we are alive, and we are given the most important job, to be at this space and time right now. We are at the changing of everything, the turning over of it all. And so this is the greatest time to be alive. So we give thanks to all for who we are, where we are, when we are. And so we say that we have nothing to do with bad on any level of existence. And so we push it away on the 3 levels of existence: air to sawit, air to sawit, air to sawit. Kenya has a way, Joanna. We have nothing to do with bad, and you send it away. We only keep the good. So now we'll go out to everybody. Thank you very much. This interaction is blowing our mind. Thank you very much. This is the kind of stuff that we know that we must do. The amount of people does not mean nothing. We do not need numbers. All we need is you, just one. That's it. Just you. It's you that's going to change the world. It's you that is going to fix. So Nyawagoa to you, Nyawagoa to you, wherever you are, whoever you are. If you are activated and you stand to protect and defend our Mother Earth, then you are our sister and brother, and we will stand with you. Nyawagoa, we will contact you within the next couple of days about the stuff that we said, and we look forward to speaking with you again.
Yawagoa, and so it is, and thank you to all, and thank you to you, and I love you, brother. I'm glad that we had this conversation, because now I have, another, more passion to just, exude from, this extra education that you've been able to provide to us here today.
All right, very good. This is what we're here for. Yawagoa, we'll talk to you soon.
Yawagoa, thank you. Blessings to you all. And we've got a lot of people here that said that they want to help. A lot of people that said they want to help with the seeds, help distribute seeds. Like, we're building, we've got people, and each and every one of us are here to help any way that we can. Awesome. Well, thank you again for being a part of the Missing Link. It's love inspiring new knowledge, and this definitely fit the bill for that. We do have 2 missing links tomorrow, going on. We have on our Missing Link Thursday, we've got Sophia Tanya Shackelford-Borkson and her husband, and then Andre Papa. So that's tomorrow. One is at 2 p.m. Eastern, and one is at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Longhouse. Thank you to everybody who's here to defend our Mother Earth, because each and every one of you are equally as important as everyone else in this fight, to save our world.
Talk to you soon. Anna.
Bye. Awesome, brother. We're off.
Oh, very sore.
I don't find my mouse.
Okay, so, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 11.
Okay, as fast as we can, which means faster than you're gonna do it already, what you're thinking, let's do it faster than that. So let's go through whoever's there.
There's Elsa, Kelly, and Alina.
Delphina.
No, Delphina that has to speak. So go ahead, Delsa.
No.
Well, I'm thinking it's 11 already. So I'm gonna pass and talk next week.
Donc, Elsa qui dit, ben là, il est déjà 11 heures, donc je vais passer mon tour pour cette semaine, puis je me reprends la semaine prochaine.
That was quick. Kelly, go ahead.
Oh, you're muted, Kelly.
Sorry, that'll be the same for me to pass, except, but maybe Marie Claude, I'll talk to you, because a friend of mine that was on that with Jesse, she's been wanting to get a bunch of seeds. She's got a bunch of people she can give it to, and then I'll talk to her, and then I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Donc, Kelly qui dit, elle aussi, elle va passer son tour parce qu'il est tard, mais elle veut absolument parler à la Maison Longue parce qu'elle a une amie qui est vraiment enchantée de l'entrevue. Elle veut distribuer des semences. Donc, Kelly va nous contacter puis on va pouvoir faciliter ça. Awesome.
And just that I love everybody here. I'm so happy.
Et elle aime tout le monde ici puis elle est super heureuse.
Go ahead, Delphina, and Alain raised his hand after.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty. Greetings to the Longhouse. It's good to be able to get on tonight. I just want to send my love.
Un beau bonsoir pour la Maison Longue, dit Delphina. C'est toujours un plaisir d'être ici.
I am the daughter of Aline and the granddaughter of Albertine and the great-granddaughter of Albertina from Desmontagnes, Quebec.
Et elle se présente de manière matrilinéaire et elle est de Deux-Montagnes, de la province de Québec.
So I haven't been on in a while, but I just want to say hello and I guess I'm answering a call, maybe the call of the wolf. Back and forth. Go ahead.
Sorry. Ça fait un certain temps que je suis venue ici, puis je pense que c'est vraiment que je réponds à l'appel du loup.
It's like a call and answer, but last, I can't remember, the days are kind of melting into one, but the last session, there was talk about Niagara Falls.
Donc, je voulais parler de la dernière session, on a parlé des chutes Niagara.
Yeah, so I'm feeling heavy-hearted today because of the news that's on the news about the children in Texas. So yeah, just so trying to get it together to be able to talk.
Et j'ai vraiment le cœur lourd là avec ce qui s'est passé au Texas, les enfants qui ont été assassinés. Donc, je vous le dis.
So just quick is that I saw, I guess a sister of mine said that she felt called to gather some flowers and roses for the women to help our hearts.
Et j'ai une amie qui a pensé aller chercher des fleurs, des roses pour pouvoir guérir notre cœur.
And I just happened to have some pure, essential, pure rose oil.
Et ici, moi, j'ai de l'essence pure d'eau de rose.
And I felt called to put it on immediately and to breathe it and to put it on my heart.
Et j'ai eu vraiment le réflexe de le respirer puis d'en mettre aussi sur mon cœur.
Now, why this is connected is like today I'm talking about Niagara Falls, and today I'm being called to put on the rose oil. And you might say, what are these two? Why are these connected?
Et donc, aujourd'hui, je suis appelée à parler des chutes Niagara, puis aussi de l'huile de rose. Puis là, vous pouvez vous demander comment est-ce que c'est connecté.
They are, because I was called to put it on today, and it has to do with the waters of the womb of Mother Earth and all life givers.
Ils sont connectés parce que ça a été l'appel que j'ai eu à travers, en fait, l'eau est connectée, là, la chute et la rose, ils sont vraiment intimement connectés.
Stuart you just spoke about calling on about the life givers, and Chigonsaga was called on to call as a life giver for real peace. Go ahead.
Et on parle ici d'en appeler, Stuart l'a mentionné, d'en appeler aux donneuses de vie, puis c'est l'appel de la paix.
And that to call on to Grandmother Moon to help us during these times, that she will help light us up and to show us the way during these times.
Et d'en appeler aussi à notre grand-mère Lune pour nous aider puis illuminer notre chemin pour pouvoir nous aider là-dedans.
So it's interesting because I haven't been on, I don't know, it's been some months, right? It's been a while. Edith, yeah. Go ahead.
Ça fait un temps que je suis venue ici, là, ça fait au moins plusieurs mois, là, je perds le fil du temps.
So someone had mentioned, or someone had texted, was it last session, there was a woman that had a dream of Niagara Falls, and I did answer on the text, it was me.
Et il y a quelqu'un qui a mentionné qu'il y avait une femme qui avait partagé un rêve à propos justement des chutes Niagara, et c'était moi en fait.
So I've had 2 dreams of Niagara Falls this year, and I had one 3 weeks ago again.
J'ai eu 2 rêves au sujet des chutes Niagara cette année, et le dernier a été à peu près 3 semaines, il y a à peu près 3 semaines.
The last dream I had of Niagara Falls was when the situation was happening in the capital with the truckers and everything that was happening over there. And that's the last time I had a dream of Niagara Falls.
Et le rêve que j'ai eu avant des chutes Niagara, c'était quand il y avait l'événement là, à la capitale, donc à Ottawa, donc le rassemblement des camionneurs.
And it had to do with water in the well and rats. I don't know if Stuart remembers that, the rats,
Et
the
il y a
drowned rat.
de l'eau, on parlait aussi du lien avec les rats, puis il y avait aussi un puits.
So this time, but the first one I had was seeing that there was being some changes in the falls, in Niagara Falls itself, the first time,
Le
the
premier
actual
rêve,
structural.
ça me montrait qu'il y avait des changements dans la chute elle-même, la chute de Niagara, dans sa structure.
Well, this time, because so much has been going on, I almost forgot this dream, except I just happened to listen to this last session. What I saw shocked me, but it was like, because there's been so much that's been going on in the world and everything, I just like, okay, it's another dream, right? I was just like, okay, it's just, but so I'll just share the dream with you now.
Donc, mais le deuxième, il m'a vraiment choqué. Il y a vraiment des choses qui m'ont été révélées et je vais vous le partager. L'autre, je l'avais presque oublié.
I was looking at the falls and there was no water in Niagara Falls at all.
Donc, j'observais les chutes et il n'y avait absolument aucune eau dans les chutes Niagara.
It was completely dry.
C'était complètement sec.
And I wondered what was going on. And I looked to the left where there's a huge rock. It looks like that's what Horse Chief or something, not horseshoe, I forget what it's called, Horse Chief or horse something.
Et je regardais à gauche, puis il y avait une roche. C'est l'endroit qui appelle, je ne sais pas si c'est le soulier du cheval ou la joue du cheval, je ne suis pas certaine.
But there was huge blocks there that were like man-made, that had been engineered, and I could see from looking at it that it had been man-made, like the engineers had put that there previously to make sure that it was I guess strong enough so that the water could run again after that it was dried out the last time.
Et on y voyait des blocs, et c'était clairement des blocs qui avaient été fabriqués par l'homme. C'était de l'ingénierie, ça avait été fait fort pour pouvoir résister.
I remember looking at the water and it was coming from the left side. So where I was looking, my I guess the front, my face was facing like over. So I was from Canada, like kind of looking into the US side.
Donc, de la manière que j'étais positionnée, j'étais au soi-disant Canada, puis je regardais du côté des États-Unis, puis je regardais vers la gauche.
And it was like on my left shoulder where the rocks were.
Et donc, c'était comme mon épaule gauche où se trouvaient ces blocs-là, ces roches.
I remember also looking at it and feeling concerned because I could see what was happened before was not strong enough and that it was going to fall apart.
Et je me rappelle avoir eu un sentiment d'inquiétude parce que j'observais puis je me disais, ça ne sera pas assez fort.
And my question was like, what are they going to do this time about it? That's what I had asked.
Et la question que j'avais, c'est qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire maintenant avec tout ça?
So that was the dream. It was completely dry.
Donc,
No water.
Sec, aucune eau.
And it seemed like this was going to be like for a while.
Et ça me donnait l'impression que ça allait durer pour un certain temps, ça allait rester comme ça.
I keep on remembering, like my mother, bless her, she's 94 years old and she's still with us.
Et ma mère, qui est encore parmi nous, et puis c'est extraordinaire, elle a 94 ans.
I can't remember. I mean, there's so many times that my mother has talked about Niagara Falls growing up.
Puis ma mère m'a tellement souvent parlé des chutes Niagara pendant que je vivais avec elle.
She was born in 1931, but she remembers the oral talks from her grandparents talking about, like there is a village that was discovered that was underneath and buried underneath Niagara Falls.
Et ma grand-mère, elle est née en 1931, mais elle a une super de mémoire. Puis elle se rappelle d'un village en dessous des chutes Niagara. Puis ça, elle entendait parler les grands-parents à l'époque qui disaient ça.
And she says there was a full village that had been, what's it called, excavated, that was found, that was underneath. And this is continually kept in my mind. You know, my mom has repeated it a few times. So I just wanted to share that because I thought give you some historic, you know, and I've asked her a few times. I said, you remember you talking about this? And yeah, so her story is always the same. So I don't know. That's all I've got to share. That's all I've got to share. So thank you for listening, Skanangoa, and good to share this with you all.
Et ce village-là, il était vraiment structuré là, vraiment pour la vie. Là, c'était vraiment un vrai village. Et j'en ai souvent parlé avec ma mère, puis c'était vraiment quelque chose là, d'historique. Donc, c'est tout ce que j'avais à partager ce soir. Et je vous dis Skanangoa.
Okay, there's only one thing in there that sticks out in my mind. Okay, you said you were facing the American side, right?
Il y a juste quelque chose
Yeah.
qui me temps, tu as dit que tu regardais vers le côté américain.
But you also said that the rocks were on your left-hand side, right?
Mais aussi que les rochers,
Yeah.
Okay, that can't be then.
ça peut pas être ça.
Because if you're looking at the American side, then the rocks would be on your right-hand side.
Parce que si tu regardes vers le côté américain, les roches, c'est à ta droite.
Unless, what rocks are you talking about? Are you talking about the rocks that are the edge of the cliff where the waterfalls are
Yeah.
coming?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, then the rocks cannot be on your left-hand side if you're looking towards the American side.
Parce que si tu regardes
Okay.
vers lesquels
Well, then maybe it's, yeah.
ça
It
serait-
feels like
So here,
it's an escarpment. Like it's almost at a point.
C'est vraiment un point escarpé, là, ce que j'ai en tête.
I've been there. I remember I've been there a few times in the falls, down in the first, I've been in the boat, but I remember the top part. It seems there's it's not natural where the actual it's like an engineered part where they've added to it. It's not a natural part of they've added that rock. That's what I saw.
J'étais souvent aux chutes Niagara, puis j'ai regardé, là, j'étais dans le bateau, et j'étais à différents points de vue aussi. Et je me rappelle avoir vraiment vu ce coin-là à gauche qui me donnait vraiment l'impression que c'était pas naturel, puis c'était de l'ingénierie qui avait mis ça en place.
then the only way that could be like an unnatural, an engineered thing there
Yep.
is could only be from 1969, or it would have to be prehistoric before there was even falls there.
Et la seule façon que ça aurait été fait par l'homme, ça aurait été en 1969 ou même avant qu'il y ait des chutes.
Now, of course, the reason why we say 1969 is because we just found out the other day is that's the year when they stopped the waterfalls from flowing.
Et pourquoi on dit 69, c'est parce qu'on a découvert l'autre jour justement que c'est cette année-là quand ils ont arrêté l'eau là, pour pas qu'elle coule.
So any kind of like fabricated stuff, it would have to be from then, which means then at that time, this was where it's like, think of a heart surgery. They're going in and they're doing something to the valve to the main artery.
Et si ça avait été fabriqué, il faut penser en termes d'un cœur et qu'ils vont faire quelque chose à l'artère principale.
The only thing that it sounds like is that it would be the doorway
Donc, ça serait juste peut-être la porte d'entrée
to the main artery, the valve, the lunar valve.
à l'artère principale, la valve séminaire.
So we think that in 1969, when they stopped the falls from flowing,
Et en 69, quand ils ont arrêté les chutes,
what did this cause? What did it do?
qu'est-ce que ça a provoqué?
Did it shift a polarity? As we know, that on top of a flowing river,
Est-ce que ça a changé une polarité? Et nous savons qu'en haut d'une rivière qui coule,
there's an energy there that can be harnessed, but it's a different energy than the energy that's harnessed in the water, like the dam harvesting energy. On top of the water, there's an energy there, a flow energy, a flow also. But right now, the technology isn't there to harness that.
Il y a une énergie qui peut être prise. C'est juste que la technologie pour le faire en ce moment n'est pas là.
So this dream is about, if you're seeing these rocks that are unnatural, you're thinking they're man-made, then it's to that event in 69.
Donc, si tu vois les rochers puis tu sais que c'est un événement fait par l'homme, ça fait référence à 69.
Which means that it's about like I said, something like a surgery in the heart, something that's affecting or going after the main artery.
Ce qui veut dire qu'il est l'équivalent d'une chirurgie du cœur, quelque chose qui va affecter l'artère principale.
But I don't know if I'm reading that right when you say that you were looking to the American side, which would mean the falls would be on your right, which would mean you can't see those rocks on your left. Then we're looking at some kind of inversion.
Mais je ne sais pas si je saisis ce que tu as dit dans le sens que tu regardais le côté américain, mais les rochers ne peuvent pas être à ta gauche ni à ta droite, donc c'est comme une espèce d'inversion là-dedans.
Now, I don't think this is directed towards you, like say on a personal level.
Et je ne crois pas que ça soit adressé à toi à niveau personnel,
It's on the level of our Mother Earth, her main artery.
mais de notre mère Terre à son artère principale à elle.
So remember a couple of years ago when there was that hurricane that stalled over the Grand Bahama Islands, and we said that that was going to drain the mouth of the St. Lawrence?
Te souviens-tu
So I
de
remember that. It was August. Yeah.
Oui, je me rappelle, c'était en août.
cette tornade qu'on a dit qu'il allait?
Okay, so
C'est le bam.
we're somewhere in this vein. Something in this vein is happening.
Donc, c'est quelque chose du genre.
It stopped it drained the mouth of the St. Lawrence because the water, the tide went out. It did not come back in. It kept going out. It did not come back in. And it went out. And then it came back in.
Donc, c'est quelque chose du style comme quoi l'eau est partie, elle n'est pas revenue, puis après, quand c'était son tour de rentrer, ben, c'est là qu'il est revenu.
Now that scared and it worried a lot of people.
Et ça a épeuré plein de monde.
So imagine you're by a big river and you're used to something happening all the time and it doesn't happen, you're thinking, how in the hell could that not happen?
Et si tu t'attends à ce que quelque chose produise et ça ne se passe pas, ben, tu te dis, mais comment se fait-il?
It's almost inconceivable.
C'est comme pas concevable.
So just that, if for people, for something that scale to happen, that would be very scary. That would mean like inside our psyche, we're being jolted. We're having a shift, a change within us.
Donc, c'est au niveau de la psyché, là, il y a un grand changement à l'intérieur.
So
I have a question for you.
J'ai une question pour toi.
Okay, so with the power within Mother Earth of Niagara Falls, like the water level, would that power be as powerful to actually, I mean, not only change the course of the water underneath the earth and on top of the earth, and also change our pulse, the pulse of the earth in ourselves?
Donc,
Heartbeat?
avec le pouvoir de cette eau, là, des chutes-là qu'on connaît, est-ce que tu penses que ce serait possible que ça affecte les courants profonds, même les courants de surface, puis même le pouls de notre terre-mère, puis notre pouls à nous?
yeah, that's what we said. It will change the polarity. It's like an electric energy flowing through the water.
Ça, ce qu'on a dit, c'est que ça va changer la polarité parce que c'est comme une charge électrique qui voyage dans l'eau.
But like all energy, it's oscillating.
Mais comme chaque énergie, ça va osciller.
Energy is never a constant, like a constant thing. It's always oscillating.
Ce n'est pas quelque chose de constant, mais que ça change.
So if in that oscillation, if you can, I don't know, if you can somehow control it, stop it momentarily, that I would say that you could change the polarity there. Because if the polarity is jumping one instance here, here, blah, 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 and you shut it off, maybe you can control it to, if you shut it off, it was over here on the right, maybe you can control it to where you turn it on, it's going to be over here on the left to switch the polarity.
Et pendant cette oscillation-là, est-ce que ça pourrait être comme utiliser ce temps-là pour pouvoir changer la polarité, justement?
Anyways, this is what it looks like, because like I said, also there's an inversion there about the direction you're looking.
C'est ça ce que ça aurait l'air parce que ça revient à nouveau à l'inversion de la direction vers laquelle tu regardes.
So that might be implying the flip that we were talking about with Jesse on the missing link just now.
Donc, il se peut que ça fasse référence aussi à l'inversion dont on parlait avec Jessie maintenant dans le chaînon manquant.
So you might be a little cell within the body sensing, feeling, knowing that there's this huge motion within the body going on that's a shifting of polarity right now.
Donc, tu peux être cette cellule dans le corps qui ressent justement qu'il y a ce changement de polarité.
And like we were saying with Jesse, that it's obviously not natural, it's man-made.
Et comme on disait avec Jessie, que c'est de toute évidence pas naturel, mais fait par l'homme.
And this is what we said what would happen this year.
Et c'est ça ce qu'on a dit qui allait se produire cette année.
You've heard us saying that Sky Woman is coming back around to that cycle, the end of that great cycle, the equivalent of like she comes to sit upon her throne. There is the male dominance that is running there to the same point to push her off of there so he can sit there.
Vous avez entendu dire que la femme ciel vient pour s'arriver dans son trône, mais il y a la domination masculine qui arrive avec toute sa force pour essayer de la pousser puis la détrôner.
Hence, hence a change of polarity. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to keep moving.
It's okay. This was 2019, wasn't it? When the Bahamas thing happened?
C'était en 2010.
August of 2019?
C'est arrivé au début.
It was around there. I know it was like it was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's when I fell in Arizona. Because I felt something had shifted enough, and I don't do that. I don't fall. So that's why I looked at that. August 2019.
J'avais senti une espèce de shift, puis je l'avais noté à mon agenda là, parce que je prends toujours une attention particulière pour ça.
I felt like something. I remember telling this to a few people, even to a Paiute elder, and because he knew that I was connected with, like, the energies, and I told him it felt like Mother Earth had a root canal. Like something, abnormal had stopped and something had gone in and changed the pulse. So I wanted to share that.
J'en ai parlé à des aînés, puis ils me disaient que j'étais très connectée avec notre terre-mère, puis ce qu'elle ressentait, puis j'avais l'impression que c'était comme un traitement de canal qu'elle avait à vivre, puis aussi ça a changé le pouls. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais partager.
Okay, yeah, I apologize that we're not really so focused right now.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm with you. Skin and Goa. Thank you. Good to share.
On s'excuse qu'on est vraiment pas trop dedans, mais on est super fatigué.
Okay, let's go to Alan and that's it.
On va à Alain qui après c'est tout.
Vas-y, Alain, je peux pas te piner si ta caméra est fermée, par exemple.
Non, ça va. Non, ça va. Je vais ouvrir ma caméra. Vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Mon nom est Alain-Christian Marquis-Bergeron. Je suis le petit-fils de Mariana Boutier et le fils de Jacqueline Marquis.
Alain introduces himself, the matrilineal way.
Ça va être très, très rapide. En fait, je vais envoyer à la Maison Longue une grande affiche concernant l'intervention que vous avez faite auprès de Fred Pitt.
It will be very fast. I will be sending to the Longhouse a big flyer regarding an intervention that you've done with Fred Pitt.
Cette affiche-là va être produite en coroplace et elle représente évidemment l'importance de ramener dans l'espace public le Wampum à deux voies.
And this banner is going to really be printed on coroplace. I don't know if it's the same word in English, but it's really the aim is to bring back the Turo Wampum into our lives, to bring back that truth.
In public place, so je vais vous envoyer ça aussitôt que j'ai terminé parce que ça va en impression demain, alors je vais l'envoyer en message privé à Stuart.
So I will be sending that tonight in a private message to Stuart because we're going to be printing it tomorrow and need to validate that, I guess.
Bonne soirée.
Have a good evening.
Oh, that's it. All right. Well, okay. We apologize. We know it wasn't the same way tonight that it usually is. Every Wednesday, we know that it's us focusing on what we're talking about, but tonight was different because of the interview with Jesse from Missing Link.
Et on sait que les choses ont été distinctes ce soir que les autres soirées, mais c'était, je dirais pas à cause, mais grâce à cette entrevue avec Jesse du Chaînon Manquant.
Now, the main thing to talk about was about the hemp, but as you've seen, we talked about a lot of things.
Et l'enjeu principal, c'était le chanvre, mais comme vous le savez, on parle de tout en même temps.
But it was for that reason that we decided to put these two things together tonight, because the time frames and everything else, it was the only opportunity.
Mais c'est pour ça qu'on a décidé de mettre tout en même temps, parce que, étant donné les horaires et tout, ça a donné comme ça.
But as you see, the purpose, or not the purpose, man, I'm losing words now. As you see, it worked out good to all the things that we discussed. It wasn't just about hemp, but as you see, it bridged into everything else.
Oui, mais comme vous voyez, ça a très bien donné parce qu'on a parlé de tout ce qu'on fait.
And that's all I'm going to say. Yeah. Let's just. We had a very long day. We had court today. And good news, like we said, I always knew I was getting my truck back. They kept that truck for a year and a half. No, get the truck back.
C'est tout ce qu'on a à dire. On a été encore aujourd'hui, puis je savais qu'il allait me redonner le camion, puis là, je l'ai de retour.
And it was a very beneficial time in court today in regards to the two-row wampum.
Et c'était un temps de bénéfice aujourd'hui en cours par rapport au Wampum à deux voies.
So I know that this is my issue I'm in court for, but everybody's going to be affected by it.
Et je sais que c'est mon enjeu, que c'est moi qui est en cours, mais tout le monde est affecté.
So yeah, there is what going on. Do we have anything coming up to report?
Life Givers Nation, Constitution.
Okay, Life Givers Nation this Saturday, and that's going to be a special thing. I think we're going to Anne's for that. I'm going to accompany them too, and we're going to give Anne some help over there. And then the Ganya Geha class, and then the Ganya Geha class Saturday evening at 7. And then the reconstitution.
And Friday, there's the stack meeting at 6.
And that's with the Ivy League that is about education that can be bridged too. So that's a good thing. Merci de le rappeler, Angèle. On a aussi la rencontre avec Stack vendredi. Ouais.
Oh, okay. This is what happened. We went to this university again in Montreal, the high-tech one that everybody knows. We were there a couple of months ago. We were there with this. He was a what kind of physicist? Wait, the other one, the inner woman, was the astrophysicist. The other guy was
Astrophysicist, no? I don't know.
physicist.
I don't know.
Anyways, okay, so we went back to that school and we met with some of the students that are working in the gardening part of the school.
Donc, on est allé à nouveau à cette université où on est allé il y a un couple de mois. Puis on s'est rencontrés cette fois-ci avec les étudiants.
We ran the idea by them about the program to offer human reintegration into the ecosystem.
Et on leur a donné l'idée qu'on avait conclue l'autre jour, qu'il faut créer un programme pour la réintégration humaine dans l'écosystème.
Which will consist of the qualified candidate, they would have to be qualified, who would spend a couple of months with the Sea Shepherd organization out at sea, a couple of months with what's this guy's name again? Jean Trollet, that guy that was here last week, as you know. A couple of weeks here with us, a couple of weeks over with the hemp traders, a couple of weeks over with other people that we're working with in these areas to create a new program to reintegrate the human back into the natural ecosystem.
Et oui, il passerait un couple de semaines avec Jean, l'alpiniste qui est venu, avec Paul Watson, avec nous, avec les hemp traders pour se réintégrer dans la nature.
And of course, of course, expanding out more and more as we create more and more links.
Oui, et en allant plus loin, le plus qu'on crée de liens.
So to say that it went really good there and these students were really excited about it. They were thinking like if they had opportunity to have a program like that, they would love it. But probably by the time I get this program up and running, they'll be probably out of the system, out of the school.
Et les étudiants ont très bien reçu ça, même qui ont dit presque je veux revenir à l'école si un programme comme ça existait à mon époque.
So this is the goal for everybody, everywhere, to make it such a program where in the universities, it becomes an accredited course for a human reintegration program into the healthy living ecosystem of
Et
our
l'idée,
mother.
ça serait que les universités pourraient avoir un programme comme ça où ça donnerait des crédits dans n'importe quel programme.
So it's looking really good.
Donc, c'est une bonne perspective.
And I'll tell you how we're going to fund it.
Et comment qu'on va le financer?
In my case, I don't know if any of you have seen this, but we posted it today. We're putting a counter suit there of $5 million for myself, my son, my nephew, my two sons, Mary Claude, for everybody that was received this racial genocidal trauma in my court case. This is how we're going to fund it.
Je ne sais pas si vous avez vu le document sur Facebook, mais on va demander de l'argent pour chaque personne qui a été affectée directement à cause de ce racisme. Donc, il va y avoir mes deux fils, Marie-Claude, mon neveu, moi-même.
So it is literally going to be two-row wampuming.
Et ça va être carrément le Wampum à Voies en action.
Through the two-row wampum, through these violations they've done upon us, we're going to put this cost of them violating us. We're going to take that money, we're going to wash it. And how it's going to be, because it's all dirty money. Everything in the non-native world, their economy, it's dirt, it's dirty. So we're going to wash their money by sending their kids to this human reintegration process. What we will be doing is rolling back the blanket of colonization.
Et quand ils vont donner tout cet argent-là, et ce qu'on va faire, c'est comme il s'agit de l'argent vraiment sale, parce que c'est l'argent sale de n'importe où dans ce système-là, mais on va pouvoir le laver en redonnant le financement pour ce type de programme pour que leurs enfants puissent aller à ces programmes-là.
Of course, you might think, well, what happens if if they don't comply and they don't award us this money that we're asking?
Et bien sûr, vous pouvez vous dire, ben, et quoi, ce qui arrive si ils ne vous donnent pas d'argent?
Well, that is not going to alter this program.
Ben, ça ne va pas altérer le programme non plus.
We will get the program up and running,
Nous allons avoir le programme en action
and it's going to be the people that are going to fund it.
et ça va être les gens qui vont le financer.
So we have structures already set up in place. This thing is pretty much, it's ready to go. All the horses are at the starting gate, ready to run in this race.
Et tout est prêt.
So, well, you said all that and just
All of that.
you said horses at the starting gate?
All of that.
All of that.
Okay, then that's
Summarize
enough.
it in good night.
All right. Let's just close.
Wagat sanuni, agwego, kunungwe, danurunungwe, skatne, deganide yohale gatsangya. We're very happy that the life givers and life protectors came to this very special Turo Wampum session council. Nous sommes contents et contents que les donneuses de vie et les protecteurs de vie ont été ici pour ce conseil spécial du Wampum à Deux-Voies. Les digits está Soko, Exotena Gisco Panchita, Sotana Gisco Salsa, Zapotecnia Husagi, Mexican Wenerista, Yonata Yuni, Yankina Stadista, Lantahraya Ganosesne, Yadinyanga Haga Nawage, Nawisin Yonsage, Noraga Gawnage. Nora do Ganawagania Queso, Yankisata Santana Cacaracqua, Yankisa, Yonsagi, the Nagogo, Secondo Hetzerat Gowats, Taranawago, Sawiskara, Sini, Ganyak Taragero, Awego, no Poisson, Adanoa Quatsire, Yadinato, Yonatayuni, the Discarewage, Jaconcese, the Ganawida, Wego Diane, Rodiane, Yohahio, Ganigorio, Ganawana. Genera Saragoa, de Yohade, and you get again Hadanda, where I'm Hetserane, Generon Quatserowana, Orihuio, Scana, Gatastansara, Caribo Marishunsara, Gatastansara, Nigunumwe, Ganawana, Gatastansara, Runumwe, and no Awekawatsiri, Awekatanhaya, and no Gatanayodaxa. It is how it. It is how it. It is how it.
Hey,